and welcome to our Board of Supervisors meeting for November 4th. It's 9 o'clock, and we'll call this meeting to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask that Supervisor Hanvelt lead us today.
Before we do this, I want to point out to you that today is Election Day. Election Day, that's a symbol of freedom. I had the privilege of opening the polls with Ms. Batista this morning and ringing the bell of freedom. So this country, for over 238 years, has been watched and envied by the world because we are the greatest country in the world, and freedom is the reason. So I urge people who have not yet done so, get out and vote and exercise your freedom. And with that, I'd ask you to join me in pledging allegiance to our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Hanvelt. Okay, at this time we'll take oral communication, 15 minutes. Can be taken for any item that's not printed on the agenda. So please line up if you'd like to speak. Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Susan Lipscomb. I'm an in-home supported services provider, and I would like to remind the board that there are state and federal monies available to help increase our wages. And by increasing our wages, I know I personally will be spending whatever I get as an increase here in Tuolumne County, and it will do nothing but help support our economic system. So please consider bumping up our wages and giving us the 3 days of paid sick leave that the governor is backing. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Susan. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I've been up since 4, and I'm wired on iced tea. My name is... I am a very cheap high.
Me too, Debbie.
Okay, cool. My name is Debbie Batista. I'm the Register of Voters, and as Supervisor Hanvelt pointed out, today is Election Day. Please get out and vote. We do want Tuolumne County to beat the state. I'm predicting somewhere between a 55 and 60% turnout. That still is not great, but it's better than what they're saying statewide. We have already processed downstairs more than 10,000 vote-by-mail ballots. In the June election, we had 10,001. So we have broken the June election number, but we can make that better. If you have any doubts of where you vote, you can get onto our webpage, www.tuolumnecountyallspelledout.ca.gov/elections. Put in your address, and they'll tell you what polling place you're at. You can call the office, 533-5570. We'll tell you where your polling place is. If you're not anywhere near your polling place, but you're downtown Sonora, you can come to 2 South Green Street and vote from this moment until 8 o'clock tonight. Remember that your vote does count, and that if you want to be able to complain, you should at least vote. So that's my election speech. My auditor speech, because I'm also the auditor controller, I just wanted to tell you, and I've been too busy to send it to you, we did get the demand letter from PERS, and the good news is to pay off the side fund for the safety is actually $33,000 less than the estimate. So that was really good news.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Patricia Walker. I'm formerly Patricia Piney, and my client is here is Loretta Piney, and I also work for In-Home Health Services, and Sue and I work for the same client, and I agree with her that you are able to get funds from the state and the federal to help pay the wages of the in-home health service workers who take care of their families and other people, so they can take time off from any other type of labor in order to take care of people that need someone to take care of them. I voted when I was 18. I was one of the first years that the young voters could vote under 21, and it's a privilege. And I voted this time, and I'm thankful that women can vote, and I'm also thankful that I have been freed up to be able to vote and to live life as I have moved out of a controlling situation. So I'm thankful I'm free to go to work for someone and help them out. And I appreciate you for all the things that you say. Vote yes for in-home health services, the advisory board getting set up again, and for your voting for that. Yes, that we are going to get them a wage that is comparable to the help that they give. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yeah.
I do have a non-agenda item I'd like your board to consider adding, and that would be consideration of selecting CSAC Board of Directors member and alternate. This rose subsequent to posting the agenda wasn't presented to me until yesterday, and it has sufficient urgency to be heard because you have your directors meeting coming up later this month.
Okay. Can I get a motion to include this?
Mr. Chairman, I move we add that to the agenda because it came up late and is of sufficient urgency to be acted on today.
Second.
Okay, a motion and second. Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
27A, correct. Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, could the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held October 7, 2014. Approving a notice of completion for the Twainhart Pool Repair Project. Approving the notice of completion for the Woodham Carn Road Reconstruction Contract 1658. A resolution declaring a dedication of public use and public utility easement for assessment APN 9513009 within the Tuolumne County property line as a standard park sports complex. Adopting a resolution approving the creation of a formal public road right-of-way over portions of Buchanan Road within the common land of the map of the Tuolumne of the townsite of Somerville. Approving a grant deed for easement to Pacific Gas and Electric near Buchanan Road and Carter Street in the town of Tuolumne. Approving correspondence to Congressman McClintock requesting his support for H.R. 5460 to make permanent the Medicare Super Rural Reimbursement Rate for ambulance services. Adopting a resolution accepting the Volunteer Fire Assistance Grant. Approving the revised class specification for Fire Prevention Inspector 1, 2, and Senior Fire Prevention Inspector. And as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, approving Foothill Leadership Academy as a Tier 1 Tuolumne Public Power member, and approving the revision of Section 7 of the Tuolumne Public Power Agency Rules and Regulations.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Supervisor Gray would like to pull 3 and Supervisor Hanvelt would like to pull item 10. Is there any... You're not. Okay, so just item 3. Is there any other items that board would like to pull? Can I get a motion on consent calendar excluding item 3?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Anybody?
Yes. Yes.
Rutherford. Okay, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Sorry. I need, staff is requesting that you pull item number 2, please.
2?
Yes.
Okay, so we will also pull item 2. Can Supervisor
Amend my motion.
amend the second, Rutherford?
I will amend my second.
Okay, so now, is there any other public comment on the new amended motion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. So we're pulling item 2 completely, or are we just pulling it to talk? Okay, could you read item 2 again?
Consideration of approving a notice of completion for the Twainhart Pool Repair Project.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Staff has requested this to be pulled for your consideration because there was a change in the item itself. We have, subsequent to sending this for your consideration, we have found out from the contractor that we need to change the notice of completion. Right now, the contractor has completed the work as stated in the scope of the project. The final cost of the project is underneath the budget that we have for it. County staff is happy with the work that was done out there. Unfortunately, the contractor is still working out with some of their subcontractors a release of lien. Right now, there's a conditional release of liens. And so what County Counsel's Office and County Administrator's Office is asking you to consider a different notice of completion. On page 3 of the notice of completion before you today, what staff has done is struck out the last 3 words. So staff has, sorry, excuse me. On page 3, we've taken off the words authorized to transact surety business in this, sorry, wrong, yeah. Nope, that's the wrong one, sorry. What we've done on page 3 is the last sentence is, which shall be released from its obligation. Right now, until they take care of those liens, Tuolumne County does not want to release them from that obligation. We're asking you to please do this notice of completion, and what will transpire will be this notice will be filed. We'll continue to work with the contractor on getting the releases done. If everything is cleaned up, then the final retention amount will be released to the contractor 35 days after the notice of completion. If those items are not taken care of by the contractor, then we'll continue to hold the retainage. Right now, the retainage on this contract is $31,506.
Excuse me, but if the job really isn't done and we're premature of this, why don't we just continue this item completely?
But the job itself is done.
We're just waiting for
The
subs to release their lien
needs
rights.
to, they have conditional releases.
I understand that, but it isn't done until all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed, in my mind, and they're not.
Okay.
So I think we ought to continue the item. What do we lose by continuing the item?
We have a legal obligation to release funds within a certain time period once this last issue is resolved. So you won't meet again until December 2nd or 7th, and that could cause an untimely release of funds.
Yeah.
Well, but lack of completion of the work on their part does not constitute urgency on my part.
Well, I would defer that to council, but I know this has come up before. This is rare that you have this come up, but we don't have latitude under the law. We have to release within a certain time period, and this is a step in that process.
I would agree, and by the modification that we've made, we're saying that we're specifically not releasing the surety who's listed on here.
Okay,
So what's the will?
I'm fine with making that motion, but I'm just really unclear what it needs to be right now.
Approving the modified.
We're approving
notice.
the modified notice of completion.
Okay.
So we could start the clock.
I will move that we approve the modified completion notice.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion second. Is there any public comment? Is there any other discussion by the board?
I'm not going to support this because I think they need to get the job done. They know what the job done. They know what the deadlines are. It's not our fault, it's their fault. And we're complying with our obligations to pay because of the law, but the contractor needs to do his job and gets the liens released, and if he doesn't, he ought to pay the price in terms of time. So I'm not going to support it.
Okay. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. Okay, could the clerk please read 3?
Consideration of approving a notice of completion for the Woodham Carnes Road Reconstruction Contract 1658.
Okay, staff report. Don't break it.
That didn't sound good.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that Supervisor Campbell had about this item.
This is, it was
Supervisor
mine.
Gray.
It was mine. And,
Oh, yours, okay,
It's
sorry.
really not so
Sorry.
much of a question, just a couple of comments that the way that the road was paved was a very nice job, and I think it's important if people of the county go out there and take a look at that road, look at the safety edges, and I think that's what we need to be doing with our roads in the future. And the other comment is that it did come in under budget, and I want to thank the staff for the hard work to bring it under budget. And with that, I'm ready to make a motion to approve the notice of completion.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any public comment? I'll bring it back. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, could the clerk please read item, actually, I'm going to do something for Mrs. Batista back there. Since it's election day and she has a lot of work on her hands, we're going to take item, I believe it's 26, and get her back to work in the election field. We don't want to hold up democracy, right?
This is a second reading of an ordinance amending 2.24.030D of Tuolumne County Ordinance Code authorizing the county purchasing agent to deem surplus and dispose of county personal property, which has an original value of $5,000 or less.
Okay. This is a second reading, so we don't need too much of an explanation, I don't believe. If you want to give a quick one.
Nice tease it still in. This is I'm Debbie Batista, and I'm the county auditor controller, and I'm also one of the county deputy purchasing agents. And what we're requesting is that the board authorize the purchasing agent to be able to surplus, deem not for public good, any goods that are original value or less than $5,000. That we, the auditor's office, will do an annual report. There actually will be more accountability to the board. Instead of 4 or 5 times a year, you get a list of some items that sometimes we do sell, sometimes we don't sell. You'll actually get a list of all the items that were surplused by the deputy purchasing agent, the dollars that we bring in, and anything that would have been eliminated through e-waste, which we do a lot of, and it just really helps the process. If you'll remember, we came in September to just e-waste a lot of computers that IT had because we had to have the board declare them not for public use, and there was no more storage room, and we had no sale, we had nothing going on. This just makes the flow go better, and again, more accountability to the board.
Thank you. Any questions? Can I get a motion?
I move on staff recommendation.
A motion second. Is there any public comment? Bring it back. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have fun today.
I always do.
Work hard.
Okay, could we take item 11?
This is a presentation of County Service Award to Dan Michelli from the Office of Revenue Recovery.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Michelle Ronning, Revenue Recovery Manager. I am here today to honor Dan McKelly, who has been a dedicated county employee for the past 25 years. Dan is currently our Senior Collections Officer, but he began his career with the county in 1989 as a collections clerk and has been with the Office of Revenue Recovery since the time the department was created, when there were no computers, skip tracing tools, or even a collection system. He simply had a phone and a telephone book to reach our debtors, which at the time he was collecting for 5 different courts and other county departments. Much has changed since those times, and Dan has been here through it all. He helped institute our current collection software, implemented department policies and procedures, and has trained each collector who has worked in the department, all while collecting millions of dollars for the county. Dan is our department's historian, educator, interpreter, and motivator. He's always available to help out staff members and takes his time with our customers setting up and explaining the process of payment plans. Dan's dedication, enthusiasm for the job, and insight is really inspiring. And on behalf of the whole Revenue Recovery team, I'd like to say congratulations to Dan on this amazing achievement.
Thank you. And I would like to come down and join you to present that. Are you going to talk first?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. I have worked with Dan McKelly 8 of those 25 years, and Dan is the person that every manager hopes to hire. He comes to work, he does his job, he goes home. no frills, no drama. Dan,
Glad you're not a drama queen, Dan.
Dan has been providing gold standard service long before it became the county motto. In fact, it's not unusual to see Dan making payment arrangements in the checkout line of Save Mart. Today is a day to celebrate the hard worker, the behind-the-scenes worker, the worker that seeks no praise for a job well done. Today we celebrate Dan McKelly on his 25th year with the county. And Mr. Chairman, if you could present him this token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for all the kind words, and I appreciate this. I appreciate 25 years of being here, and when I first started, I didn't really know what I'd be doing, and I guess I picked it up over the years. So, and Shelley and Michelle, thank you for the nice words. You're the best supervisors ever. They made me say that, but I really mean it. They told me to say it. I've worked with Michelle for the last year. I've enjoyed it, and all the time with Shelley and working together, and figuring things out has been the best part of the job. So thank you all.
Thank you, Dan, and congratulations. Okay. Could the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition commending Julie Lane on her retirement as an eligibility supervisor in the Department of Social Services after 22 years of county service.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Royce and members of the board. Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. It is my pleasure and sadness to be here today to honor Julie Lane, an eligibility worker with the Department of Social Services, on the occasion of her retirement from county employment after 22 years. A little bit about Julie. She was hired as an eligibility worker 1 with the Department of Social Services in 1992 and promoted up and became an eligibility worker 3, which is a lead position with our agency, in November 1997. Less than a year later, Julie promoted to a child welfare social worker in September 1998, working with families to ensure children were kept safe from abuse and neglect. Thankfully for us, the information technology part of the department piqued her interest, and she accepted the position of System Support Analyst Help Desk in May 2000. During this time, Julie participated in a special project to evaluate 2 competing computer systems and provide a recommendation to the county on the most efficient. Fortunately, 5 years later, Julie would benefit from the fruits of her labor. Our C4 database system, which we currently use to determine eligibility for our public assistance programs. Here's an example of what one of the staff members wrote about Julie from the statewide automated welfare system. Quote, "Julie, you're the best. Your county and your consortium are lucky to have you. You think things through, you are always prepared, you are a reasonable person, and when you speak, you have something to say. It's a pleasure to work with you." After 6 years working as a system support analyst, in July 2006, Julie promoted to an eligibility worker supervisor. In 2009, our department began preparing to convert to the new computer system, the same C4 system that Julie had recommended to us back in 2005, and this was a very technically challenging project. The focal point of this transition was organizing a change management committee, and Julie volunteered first to lead this committee. She also was our representative for our document imaging and represented the small counties well on this task force. I wanted to share just a few more supervisory quotes about Julie to give you a flavor of what kind of person she is. Quote, "Julie is a valuable member of the team because she has high expectations for staff while also providing them the support to achieve those expectations. Julie role models flexibility and the positive aspects of change. Status quo is not a word in her management dictionary, which allows Julie to seek better ways of doing business. Recognizing employees for their contributions is a theme Julie practices. Her calm demeanor allows her staff to feel at ease when presenting Julie with their concerns. She shows sincere interest in employees and the solutions to their problems, and equally important, Julie encourages a free exchange of ideas by valuing open communication. By working through a variety of positions throughout her career, Julie has used this broad-based experience to guide her to perform exceptionally in her current position as an eligibility supervisor. More importantly, she has advanced the careers of numerous staff members by teaching staff to think independently, and her guidance, patience, and positive reinforcement have led to her employees' success. Julie has been an integral part of the management team, and all of us at Social Services will miss her greatly. We thank her for the 22 years she has given us, and I would ask your board to join all of us at DSS in approving her certificate of recognition and wishing her a very happy, healthy retirement.
Thank you. Nice words. Can I get a motion to approve the certificate?
I shall move.
Second.
Second. Motion and second. Is there any public comment? Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And there's Julie. I'd like to.
I have been fortunate to have worked in several areas of social services, but eligibility is where my passion lies. The work we do in eligibility is hard to describe. My supervisor calls it having the eligibility brain, which is an elusive trait. I know that you as a board consider the global picture of the county when you make decisions, and you look at percentages and statistics like how many homeless people are in our county or how many families receive benefits. Well, we see the human side and the faces of the people that we serve, and that is where we receive the greatest appreciation for what we do. There's nothing easy about eligibility, and this year has been by far the most difficult. But our staff has been up to the challenge, and they have provided excellent customer service, and they know that they make a difference in customers' lives every day. I will miss the daily case decisions and discussions to solve the puzzle of eligibility. It's been such a joy to be part of something bigger than all of us put together. My life has been forever altered by your friendship, support, laughter, and tears. And I want to thank my family, my husband for being so supportive, and my mother for being such a good listener. And thank you all for a chance to talk today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So this time we will recess as the Board of Supervisors, reconvene as the Board of Equalization, and if the clerk could please read item 13.
How about 13A first?
Yes, please.
Consideration of approving minutes of August 19th, 2014 and October 21st, 2014.
I move we approve the minutes.
A second.
Okay. Motion second. Any public comment? Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Minutes are approved. Clerk, please read item B.
Consideration of approving the stipulation for reduced assessment for application number 1 for Mountain Springs Development, LLC.
Okay. Staff report.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members
morning.
of the board. What you have before you is a stipulation that was agreed upon between my office and Mountain Springs Development. Just to give you a little background and some of the chronology here, the applicant purchased the property in November of 2012 and believed that our established value at that time was incorrect. So they filed a application for changed assessment in July of 2013. And as we do with all properties that change ownership, we were required to determine its market value as of the date of the change of ownership. That date, again, was November 29, 2012, and the reported purchase price at that time was $500,000, and our original value was roughly $2.5 million. Then, in our discussions with the property owner, they were able to get an appraisal from a golf course expert, and that appraisal came in at $1 million even. So we've had some extensive reviews of both that appraisal and the information that we were able to gather, and we've agreed on a value as to what the proper assessed value should be as of the date of acquisition, and that value is $1.175 million. And we recommend that your board accept this stipulation and instruct the auditor's office to make the appropriate changes.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
I have a series of questions I'd like to ask. In the memo, first of all, how's this land zoned?
I had that a minute ago. It is zoned R1 PD, RE1 PD, R2 PD, and CKPD, and OPD.
What's the commercial value of land per acre in Tuolumne County?
It depends. Depends
Of course
on
it depends.
the location, of course.
But you're talking 203.64 acres. If I simply assume it's unimproved land, that's $5,770 per acre. When I throw in the fact that it has 12,611 square feet in building improvements, I don't know what it costs to build a building, but those buildings got to be worth something. If it's $50 a square foot, or $100 a square foot exceeds the value you're proposing. If it's $50 a square foot, it more than half exceeds that, and you haven't included the improvements like the golf course itself, the road, the parking lot, and the equipment that they have around there. This seems very low to me. I know that someone gave you an appraisal of $1 million for a golf course, but not only should you be looking at that, you should be looking at what would it be worth if you sold it on the open market for alternative uses. And I think it's low, and I'd like to see some better justification for that number.
Okay. Well, the appraisal that we received, done by Mr. Hopper, he's a very well-known golf appraiser, and his opinion of value at first to us seemed low also, and then the more we analyzed it, the better we thought it was. One of the things that we have to do as appraisers is to determine what the highest and best use of the property is. And in order to look at the highest and best use, there are 4 criteria, and the number 1 criteria in this particular order is legal permissibility. Mountain Springs was originally approved in 1990 and is currently zoned, as I told you. Mountain Springs Community Plan is a planned development agreement that the county made, and therefore the golf course, we believe, is the highest and best use of that property. And I did have a conversation with Bev Shane just recently about the permissibility of other uses on that property. And because we have that community plan, that development agreement, a golf course is legally permissible and the probable use of that property, because it would be very difficult to change that, and to put some other kind of use on that property would be quite a tedious process, I believe.
I wanted to add a couple of things. I've looked pretty closely at the appraisal myself, and the thing that was interesting is when you appraise a golf course, and I guess with any property that's complex like that, there's a number of different metrics that you can use to break it down. Area, the basic ways, with a house or something is the cost of improvements, cost of the land, but there's also with a business, you look at revenues and you look at profitability and you look at a number of things. Can you speak to that a little bit and just explain, put into context the actual value and why it's justified the way it is?
Well, there are basically three separate approaches to value. The cost approach, which I believe Supervisor Hanvelt is alluding to, in which you take the value of the bare land and add the replacement cost of any improvements that may be on that property. And that does work in some cases. However, it is, in this case, we found that not to be applicable. The sales comparison approach is what is used in a lot of the valuation of homes, and something you see all the time is comparable sales. And there were comparable sales of golf courses in Northern California that were used in this appraisal that were fairly comparable. The third approach is the income approach, and in that, properties that have sold, their gross income and their net income is analyzed in order, as you said, to get a metric as to, in this case, we use what's called a gross income multiplier. In other words, taking the gross income and multiplying it by a number which is representative of what other golf courses are selling for. If a golf course sells for $2 million and its gross income is $1 million, then it shows a multiplier of 2, simply stated.
Okay.
So in Mr. Hopper's appraisal, and I have to agree with it, the income approach and the sales comparison approach are the best indicators of value for this golf course. So in his appraisal, he came up with $1,075,000 for the sales comparison approach and $900,000 on the income approach. He reconciled those two, said they're both equally relevant, and came up with a value in the middle of $1 million. We thought that was maybe slightly low, and that's why, after much discussion, we were able to have the property owner come up by what, as he stated, 17.5% higher at $1,175,000. So, is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's a good explanation. I appreciate that. Is there any other board questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I assume this was once ag land.
Yes.
Supposing it reverted back to ag land and you turned those buildings into barns, what would it be worth?
Assuming you could do that in a reasonable amount of time.
Of course.
It could be very close to the same amount.
Really?
Carl?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just shooting off from the hip here, since I don't have
You don't have
comparable sales of ag land, because that was not part of our appraisal.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, or tell me where I'm wrong. The way that whole project is partitioned, the different pieces and their value are interdependent on each other. So the golf course is interdependent on the value of the property for development that's out there. I can tell you, golf courses in and of themselves, unless you're in a high population area, don't make money. Okay, golf courses make money by having houses around them and being developed, and it takes quite a few houses around them to make money. So the issue, really, in my mind, when you look at that, is you have to look at that from the viewpoint of to turn it into ag land, you'd have to turn the whole thing into ag land, okay? And then you would have to revalue all the other properties around it as ag land and not as potentially developable property. So you just, it's a complex process, and I don't think it's as simple as 5,000 whatever numbers of dollars per acre. I think you've got to look at it in the context of how all the other land around there is currently valued. And if you're going to change the way that we're looking at valuing the golf course, then you have to do a reevaluation also of all of the surrounding property to make it consistent, because it's a package out there. So I'm kind of okay with where the valuation is.
Yeah, Carl's right. It's very difficult to make money on a golf course right now in this environment, and I think there's some intangibles here that we have to think about. Is that that golf course is a direct benefit to the county. It does provide jobs. It provides a place where tourists can go. There's things there that you want to make sure that I believe you're taxing in such a way that it can still exist, because we could increase the value and get property taxes on it and lose it on the other side if it goes out of business. So I think we have to really think about the intangibles and think about a balance. So we don't like lowering anything. We did it with a sawmill, we did it with a shopping center, but I'm confident that we'll be back here again looking at it at an increase in taxes in the future. So I'm okay with it.
Okay. At this time, I want to go to public comment. I've got a card from Kip Ablin, so I'd invite him to come up and speak first. Thanks, Ken. Hi, Kip.
Hi, my name's Kip Ablin. I've been before the board, but it's been quite a while. I'm a homeowner here in Sonora. I have 5 acres and a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath house. The reason I decided to come here, I was looking in the paper on the 20th before it came before you last time. Excuse me. And I noticed what they were saying. They were going to lower it from essentially 2.5 million down to 1 million at that time. And now you have a stipulation, but it's still very close. I pay almost half of what that would result in. I have 5 acres and I have a home. They have 200 and some odd acres, just barely over 200. They have 4 big buildings. The one main clubhouse is twice the size of my home. They also have a huge shop, and they have another building. They have a restaurant in there now. And they have a bunch of golf carts and other things, which are down there for personal property and the like. But when you look at taxes of being fair and equitable, a commercial business like this, even though if it's run poorly or it runs at a loss, should not end up paying only twice of what I pay. They have 40 times the acreage that I have. So it didn't appear to me right, it just a common sense. When I saw that in the paper, I said, that's just not right. So then I actually inquired about it, talked with Ken, and tried to get the information, and it just came out at the beginning of this week, and looked at the different ways in which it was evaluated. If it doesn't have an income, you really can't use a multiplier. You can, but it's invalid. You're multiplying 0 times some kind of multiplier. It really doesn't work very well. If you look at the cost basis, the original estimate was probably pretty close to accurate. 2.5 million is about right. But what really bothered me about this was you're essentially having the counties, because of the loss of tax revenue, subsidize this business. And this is reminded me very much of what we were talking about, taxpayers bailing out a bank or somebody that's not run well. Now, in general, he was correct, Carl was, Rofer, about that the golf courses in general, unless you have a huge population around them, are meant to go at a loss. Now, you can't go by the price that they paid for this because it was obviously a fire sale or something. Somebody got a great bargain. If I buy a car that I want to restore, it's a $20,000 car, but the person has some need for cash right away, and he sells it to me for $5,000, and I buy it, that's a great deal for me. But it doesn't mean it's not worth $20,000. So part as I went through this, I didn't want to come with the board, but I just was astounded. I know that part of your job today is you get to decide how it is that you want to evaluate this. You get to decide on the appraisal. I thought the original one was closer to what's more accurate, particularly when you look at the 4 different buildings. I tend to agree with Supervisor Hanfeld about perhaps you could use other uses. You could put in ballpark. You could do something else like that that would still be able to go in there, I suppose. I don't know exactly the zoning in that. But having a shop like that, if I could get this for $1.1 million, if that's all it's worth, I'd buy it today. That's how cheap this is. I would have no problem with that kind of price. And I think it's just ridiculously low at 1.1 or 1.2, whatever you want. The other thing is usually when you have 2 businesses or 2 entities in a business transaction who are disagreeing, most likely you take one is putting a high position, one puts a low. That's pretty typical in sales. Usually what they do is they compromise somewhere towards the middle. If you did that in this case, you deciding that one way is maybe too low and the other one's maybe too high, if you took something in the middle there, you'd come up with something close to 1.7 million. And that's a difference of $7,000 per year to this county that can be used for infrastructure costs, which we already know that we need. They could go for schools, roads, whatever, fire, police. So that's what really bothered me about this. Not so much that somebody else got a better deal than I did, but what it was going to really pull away from the county that could be used for all of the people here. And that's what fair and equitable meant to me. And one of the things that I don't know if you're aware of, but I thought I'd mention as possible alternative, is you could set the original value at 2.5, and then, because that's one cost estimate that you have, and then the second half of that tax year, put it down to what the 1.1, the stipulated cost. That's a compromise between the two. The advantage of this is you're going to set under Prop 13 what the base value is for the property. So later on, you're not tying the hands of the assessor if he chooses to raise it, because the base value will determine how much you can raise it. You can raise it roughly 2% a year after that. It's tied to the original base value. So if you put it at 2.5, you do have the option later, since you in the second half would have lowered it, you now allow yourself, the county or the assessor, to raise it a little bit higher than 2% because you have a different base value. It would be 2% of 2.5 million instead of 1.1 or 1.1 and a fraction. So all I would urge you to do is what is fair and equitable. I just think for someone like me who's paying half the amount that they're asking for, and I only have 5 acres and I have a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath house, that I pay half of what they're asking. That didn't seem fair and equitable to me. You all get to decide today what it is that you want to do. Or you could continue it if you wanted to, but I assume you wanted to. So I think it comes down a little bit which method of assessment that you want to use on it, or appraisals. And that's pretty much all I had to say.
Thank you, Kip. Good points.
Yeah.
So I got a couple of questions for Ken after thinking about what you were saying. I know there's a difference between appraisals for tax purposes and appraisals for valuation. And I know there's rules and so forth for how to apply those, which you know more about than we do. And the action that we're looking at approving the stipulation. So really, can you just lay out in a little more detail what we are responsible for looking at? And this maybe is a question for county council as well. How are we supposed to make this decision? Because I remember tax assessment appeals in the past that came to our board with no evidence. And I remember part of the information that was given to us is without sufficient evidence, you rule that you deny it. And that's a pretty simple way to look at it. Here, we do have evidence, and I can understand the metrics of it, but I also understand, I mean, common sense, you look at it, for $1 million, I'd buy it tomorrow too. But how do you, what's our role, and how do we make that judgment, and what's our actual action regarding the stipulation?
Well,
and I'll let you guys decide who wants to.
Okay.
Sarah, do you want to?
I'll briefly speak and then let Ken speak. Today is not the appeals hearing, so you are either going to accept the stipulation or you're not. If you want to increase it, you have to give notice, and then you will have an appeals hearing where there will be evidence presented from both sides. There will be testimony, and then ultimately your board will act as the court, the judge, and make the ultimate decision.
If we didn't approve the stipulation.
Correct.
Now, as far as approving the stipulation, what basis are we supposed to use to approve that?
Well,
I mean, is it just what you feel is?
No, I think that, as Ken explained earlier, there's 3 methods that that Ken looks at and that this board would look at in determining the proper value. So you would use those methods.
So I have a question of counsel on that. If we do not approve the stipulation, then the assessed value remains the same until such time as whatever would happen.
Yes.
Okay.
John?
Yeah, the question I have has to do with the ways that you did explain that. We're having this hearing here. If we choose not to accept any of the evidence at this particular hearing, where do we go from here?
You need to give notice that you want to change what the stipulation is, that you're not going to accept it. You need to set a hearing, an appeal hearing, and that's when you're going to have both the applicant and the assessor present evidence.
Okay, and what basis would we have? We have evidence in front of us right now. Do we have to have more appraisals done?
No.
No?
May I?
Go ahead, Ken.
Okay, well, as Sarah was saying, you today can either accept the stipulation and the facts that are stated on that stipulation and what I've also explained to you about how we arrived at that valuation, or you always have that option of rejecting the stipulation and setting it for an actual hearing. Of course, my opinion of value is not that much different than the appraised value of $1 million that Mountain Springs hired their appraiser, and he was, as all certified appraisers are, he has a code of ethics that he has to follow, and the information that he has is not prejudged on, they didn't tell him what number to come up with, in other words, and he is doing it on the basis of factual information. And to a great extent, I agree with almost everything that's in there. We were slightly higher. The applicant has agreed to stipulate to some middle ground. I mean, we were around $1,350,000. The former assistant assessor spent a lot of time working on this. He said $1,350,000. Their appraisal was $1 million. Right now, the stipulation is right in the middle of that, $1,175,000.
I want to make a point, and then Carl and John both had their hands up. Something to think about is, and this comes to mind, is when we looked at the Jamestown mine property, that property is a huge area, but also it comes with liabilities, and it's a complex. It's not just basically what it appears, and you look at the numbers. I guess what I'm saying is I agree with what you're saying, and I can see how the numbers work out. The concern I have is the base year value, and I suppose over time, as this, assuming the development would proceed, how would that base year value change? What provisions are there for that? Because I think there's some good points made about that.
Mr. Ablin was correct that once you establish a base year value under Proposition 13, it is limited in the amount of increases by 2%, a maximum of 2% per year, unless there's another change in ownership or some new construction on the property. That's the protection of Proposition 13 that all the citizens of California seem to want to keep. So in that case, it's good for the taxpayer.
So the property that we're looking at, I mean, you have the golf course and you have these other components to it, and I don't. So at what points? Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah,
these guys are
I've got a question of Ms. Shane.
I told Bev she might be asked to testify.
Yeah. Hi, Bev. How you doing?
Good morning.
Happy Election Day. My question is, what are the legal encumbrances on not just the golf course property that we're discussing today, but also the related development property around there, given the project approval that they're living with? And my question is in terms of what alternatives that they would have to do some of the other things that might make the property more profitable.
Good morning, Supervisors. Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In 2008, the owners of the Mountain Springs Golf Course and property surrounding it, when there were different ownerships at that time as well, entered into an agreement with your board, and that's called the Development Agreement for the Mountain Springs community. Development agreement, unlike other entitlements where your board has certain authorities, if it was just rezoning the property, your board has the legal authority under state law to change zoning without a property owner's approval. Development agreement is a contract, so it brings in all of the same limitations any contract does. It's a two-party contract between the county and the property owners. And so they have agreed to abide by certain rules, and your board has agreed to abide by certain rules, in this case authorizing them to develop the property over a 25-year period and extending all their other entitlements for that 25 years. In order for the owners of the golf course, who are not necessarily the owners of all the property that are now encumbered by that agreement, to come to your board and change the agreement or to rescind it, the other parties have to be in concurrence with that. And so it's not as simple as other entitlements where you might have one owner. You have multiple owners, and since that project was approved, some of the ownerships have changed through foreclosures and for other reasons. And so it could be very difficult for that contract to be modified at this time. Obviously, that will expire at some point in the future, but it has about, 16 more years to run. And so that's, right now, development must be consistent with that agreement and with the community plan, as your board has approved it. if someone wanted to do something else with their property, let's say that they have 40 acres, that it's going to be residential in the community plan, in the interim, they could build a house and use it that way because it doesn't conflict with the plan. But the golf course is really the hallmark of the whole plan. It's a golf course community. And so that, to change that would mean changing the plan.
Okay, so if we're going to take some other view of the value of the golf course, the base year value as purchased of the golf course, then we have to take that view outside of the legal context of what that has already been approved to do, right?
Well, the evaluation, of course, is Ken's
Well-
bailiwick, but as far as the land use for the particular golf course you're looking at is established by that agreement and by the community plan. To change it could it be done? Yes, there's a potential to do it. But again, it's not just the current property owner that has influence on that. It's the other property owners who are party to the community plan, which again complicates this matter.
That's why I spoke to the highest and best use of the property being, at this point, the golf course. And that's why it's appraised as such, because that is the legal permissible use.
So we're not in a position to appraise that property for development, for agricultural use, for anything other than as a golf course, right?
That's my belief. That's the belief of Mr. Hopper, who did the appraisal. He also came to that conclusion.
Okay, and just to be clear, okay, almost all of the vehicles that are associated with that golf course are on leases. They are not owned by the golf course. That's my understanding. For instance, the golf carts are leased. I know that for a fact. I believe.
They may be leased, however, Mountain Springs does pay the taxes on them.
Understand. But in terms of them being additional value to the property beyond the taxes that they pay on them, that's a separate issue, right?
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, Sherry.
I just want to confirm with County Council that that assessment, to Carl's question, is correct, because that was part of the problem I was having in squaring this, is were there other potential uses for it? That is, okay.
Yeah, we're supposed to be making this decision based on the best information that we have available to us. We have two appraisals. We have the county's appraisal, and we have an outside appraisal. And I'm not an appraiser, so I have to rely on the people that we hire and have working on this to help me make that decision. And I can't just simply say the property is worth more money when we have two appraisals telling us that's what it's worth. So I'm going to have to make my decision based on the best information that I have, not what I feel.
Carl?
Yeah, probably should have done this up front. I did it in the last hearing that we had, but for the record, I would like to disclose that I spoke with both the applicant, Mr. Daters, and the assessor, Mr. Catano, regarding this matter prior to the board of equalization hearing on the 21st of October. I understand that when the Board of Equalization hears a matter, only the evidence presented during the hearing shall be considered as the basis for the decision. My decision today will be based solely on what is presented during today's hearing and not on any other information previously received.
Okay. And then I just have a couple of questions. And I think I agree about the value, and we'll support that based on the expert opinions we're hearing. The thing that kind of interests me is more about the Prop 13 thing and the fact that when you have a development, say it's not a golf course or anything like that, but you have like a residential development, and Well, that's not even a good example either, because when you build a house, you're going to have a chance to reassess. So for this example, there's kind of a symbiotic relationship between the golf course and the houses. And the golf course, as was mentioned multiple times, isn't worth that much by itself, but it's worth more once it's developed and surrounded with all these properties. But at this point, we can't base the assessment on that to happen. So it's kind of like a catch-22 with the process to be able to get a fair and reasonable base year value. But,
Well,
I mean, is that...
Supervisor Rotifer alluded to it, and you used the word symbiotic relationship. And I've looked at some other properties that are in the neighborhood, home sites, 37-acre parcels, and if they're close to the golf course, they always mention in that listing that the proximity to the golf course.
Yeah, ninth fairway.
Because it does have that relationship that, people do feel that improves the value of the property because it is close. So that the relationship, if you didn't have a golf course there, then theoretically the values of those surrounding properties would also decline because they wouldn't have that amenity in the vicinity anymore.
So, I mean, I think about it, if I owned a house and I bought the house next to me to improve it, and I made it nicer, and the house that I already owned became worth more, you're still not going to tax it for more, though, because it's already got a base year value, though, right? So is that just the benefit of...
You bring up a possibility, and something I've seen before, where someone buys a fixer-upper.
Yeah.
And you may have even done this yourself, where after you've established the base year value of this fixer-upper at, say, $100,000 when you buy it, and there are certain things under Proposition 13 that are not considered new construction. You could put a new roof on that. That's considered replacement. You could replace all the floor coverings in the house. Again, it's just replacement. Replace the windows, insulate the house, and you'd still have the same base year value on the property, even though now, after you spent another $100,000 remodeling it, and it's worth at least $200,000, your assessed value would still be, your base value would still be the $100,000.
Or if you plan a development and you built a golf course first, appraise it, and get a base year value based on no houses adding to the value of it in the customer base, and then come back and build all those, I mean, is that just kind of a loophole in the way it is? And
yeah, it is.
So that's just...
Well, it's very similar to how the golf course operates. The golf course is not going to make a great deal of revenue on its own. It's going to have to have the development around it. Similarly, the county isn't going to get a great deal of revenue out of the golf course by itself. Where the county is going to get the revenue is in the development that's around the golf course. So as they develop those properties, then that if you take a look at the whole of the project, it's the home development and the other commercial development that surrounds it that is going to contribute to the county's coffers, if you will.
And I think I agree, and I could understand as houses are built, the houses will be worth more than they would by themselves because they're next to a golf course in a way. I'm going to let John go. We're not taking public comment at this time, but I will give you a chance to talk before we're done.
No, I'm done.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Is there any other board discussion? Okay, go ahead and please, if you could be brief.
Kip Ablett again. Oh, yes.
Big agenda.
One of the things I thought I'd mention, there are actually 3 appraisals here. We have the initial appraisal of $2.5 million. We have the one that's come subsequent to it. Actually, there are 4. There was one that was considered by his office that was 1.35 also. So those are all information that you do have. It's in the information in the past. And we've presented all of those here today. So they all are up for consideration. The other thing that I thought I'd mention, if I could buy the property for $1.1 million today, I could hold it for until the current developmental agreement ran out. That's something the buyer would bring in. I'd be willing to do that if I could get that for 1.1 and hold it until that expired. Because I have other more profitable things that I could do with that property. So that's not necessarily a bad thing that it's tied up right now. Now, this property has been involved and been tied up in this development for a long time. So, and it hasn't grown the way it was supposed to, and hasn't increased all the tax dollars that were supposed to come in through that housing. So the time frame isn't necessarily something dead in the water. So the other thing I thought I would offer, if the county is willing to do another appraisal, because I've been involved in business for a long time, and frequently you have an appraisal by one side, and it's usually low because they're trying to do something low, and you have one from the other side that's high. They're all using facts. They're just using a different set. And I'd be willing to donate $10,000 if that's about what the other one cost to get another appraisal for the county so that you don't have to decide that today. Because I think that appraisal is very, very low. But I'd be willing to donate that because I think that money is so crucial for the county for all our infrastructure. And I just am appalled. I would expect theirs to be extremely low. And I would expect I can find appraisal will be high. And I know that because I've been involved in business for so long and involved in real estate. So anyway, thought I'd offer that.
Thank you, Kip.
Yeah.
All right, bring it back to the board.
I'm going to move that we accept the stipulation and instruct the auditor's office to make the value changes as set forth in the signed stipulation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion second. Is there any other discussion? Call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No. Opposed?
Okay.
3-2.
3-2. All right. At this time, let's take a break. Come back in 10. Ready? Okay, we're back in business here. Our last item was the, what were we called? Board of Equalization. So we're going to recess as a Board of Equalization, reconvene as a Board of Supervisors, and if the clerk could take item 14.
Consideration of approving application for the Fire Prevention Grant Fund Program.
Okay. Staff report? Morning, Paul.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board, other board members, Paul Avila, County Fire. Also brought with me Adam Fries from CAL FIRE. Come before you today to seek, exactly, to seek your support and allowing us to submit a application for the Fire Prevention Grant Program. We're looking at two projects. One would be roadside chipping, and the other one would be the defensible space clearing for elderly, disabled, and any other special circumstances we put together. So if we're successful with this, we feel both of these projects benefit the entire county, not just people in county areas, but also in the districts, cities, et cetera. It will be countywide, so it will benefit everybody. This grant is coming from the SRA fees, which is a very hot topic. So
happy to see some of that come back, huh?
Exactly, and that's why we feel the two proposals we're putting before you benefit everybody in the county, not just.
Is this a competitive grant process across the whole state?
Yes, and I'll let Adam talk.
Or is it only in the SRA areas where they get to apply for this?
There's, with this year's Budget Act, there was monies made available to CAL FIRE for grant programs. There's two different funding sources. One is the SRA fee. So there's a $10 million one-time grant opportunity,
Mhm.
and those are definitely tied to structure protection,
Yeah.
or affecting habitable structures that for people who are paying the SRA fee.
Okay.
The
That's a
second
good
pot
thing.
of money is there's $42 million made available from cap and trade money for greenhouse gas reduction.
Oh, wow.
And there's several grant opportunities. The two that affect Tuolumne County the most would be fuel reduction and reforestation. So
Yeah.
there's money available for those. But the grants that Chief Al was
The
talking
structure
about,
type
yeah, they'll be the better fit would be the SRA fee.
Right on. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a really good deal. I think this is what we need to be doing. If we get a decent winter, we've seen it happen time and time again. The roadside trees come down, they reduce the ability of in fact, they basically block our ability for emergency services like EMT, fire, law enforcement, and a lot of times they bring down lines. They eliminate the possibility for our snow removal equipment to get in. This is really the right thing to do. I'm glad to hear you want to go after AB 32 funds too. I think that's the right thing to do. I wish we could be more aggressive on this, but we got to go get what we can get. So I applaud this, and Mr. Chairman, I think this is the thing we need to do. I'm prepared to make a motion in favor of this anytime.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, I think this is really good. You're going to be working with the Agency on Aging for trying to identify some of the seniors that could need assistance, correct?
Yes. A couple months ago, myself and Steve Gregory met with them, gave them a little presentation, explained to them that some grant opportunities may be coming up, and they just surfaced here. So we're still in communications with them and talking on how we're going to go about doing this, and get a strong commitment on whether they want to be involved, which I'm sure they will. They already have the groundwork set. They have citizens
Lists.
identified in the
Yeah.
county. So a lot of the groundwork's been done. The hardest part is going to be competing statewide for this $10 million, which isn't a lot statewide.
One of the big concerns that I've heard expressed is a lot of our seniors are in the mobile home parks, and they can't, the fence line is literally 10 feet behind their mobile home, and there was tremendous concern about getting some kind of an agreement to go and do a little better clearance for them, agreements with the adjoining property owners possibly. And so I'm hoping there would be some opportunity, if this does happen, to look at that.
Okay. Yeah, we could look, and I'll definitely make a note of that, put on high priority. That property line.
It's a tough one, but.
That's
it is.
everywhere.
It is.
Yeah.
One more comment. You're going to chip this, are you going to send this stuff to Ultra Power?
That's a good question. We haven't worked that out yet
I'd
as
like
far
you
as
to
what's
consider doing that. That's a benefit to the county too.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a 98% reduction in criteria pollutants if we burn it that way as opposed to just burning it or letting it decay in the ground.
Craig?
Yeah, just a couple comments. One, and excuse me, you may have said this at the beginning, but this is exactly in line with what we discussed at that insurance, fire insurance meeting. Defensible space was at the top of everybody's, list. So this helps with that. Trying to enhance access to some of these other communities where that congestion and that foliage can be a problem unto itself. So this is totally consistent with that. And while we're talking about a grant proposal by the county, as I reported a few meetings back, it's my understanding from a chief's meeting that there are other applications that will be put in from other fire districts that are similar complementary types of projects, and would hope that they would do so and be successful as well.
Thanks, Craig. All right. At this time, we'll take public comment. If anybody would like to come forward. Okay.
Move on staff recommendation. Thank you, guys.
Second.
Okay, motion a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, carries 5-0. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, could the clerk please read 15?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Sections 8630C.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator.
It is that time of the month. It's been 30 days, and we are asking your board to review the need to renew the state of emergency declaration. As you know, this does need to be reviewed no less than every 30 days. As for an update on what we've been doing, I did miss the last board meeting in which it was brought before you the MOU. County Council is awesome. It's the first MOU in the state that has been put out for this. They're using this template as, and it's been forwarded to every county. So everyone's very thankful for the work that County Council put out on our behalf, but also for everyone else. This MOU with it's actually Amador Tuolumne Community Resources Incorporated, has been fully executed, has been forwarded to Cal OES, working with Shelley Hance, the director, to get their application in for CDAA. And then they are now pulling in different comps and different contractors so they can put together contracts so that we can start getting some relief to some of these families without water in their homes. We are nearing 50 homes right now in Tuolumne County that have been affected with wells and drought-related water reductions or no water at all. So Rob Koslevy, again, amazing, been going out to each of these homes. He goes in, he validates and verifies that their reduction in water is truly related to drought. We then are creating a database. That database will be forwarded on to Shelley Hance with ADCA. They will determine the level of priority because you do have to give priority to those with access and functional needs. They will make that decision at that level, but the decision as to who will qualify for the program will come through Rob and OES as to whether or not it's drought related. Furthermore on that, we do have a form, a drought application, it's a report of abnormal groundwater and surface water levels. It sounds like you guys may have already seen this, so sorry for duplication. This is on the county website. This is what we're utilizing to gather information for homes who have reductions in water due to wells, but also for surface water. And the State Water Board, Department of Water Resources, is interested in any types of springs, water resources, ponds, as well as wells that may have been affected due to drought. So we're trying to keep all of this up to date and reporting to them on that. The other thing is we'll be putting together a small committee of individuals to look globally at the number of both surface water and groundwater, as in wells, so that we can determine what is the best course of action. We're working with Larry Bile to get a GIS so we can look at where are all these located, see if we see any type of pattern, and then make the decision, is it better to get a temporary water source in there or work with the water board, drinking water program, to see if maybe we can get them hooked up to a public water source to alleviate that strain in the future. From what I'm hearing from the Weather Service is they're anticipating a year very much like what we had last year. And so very important we continue to conserve now and through the rest of the winter and early spring, as we're not expecting to see at this point with projections those reservoirs to fill.
Great.
The other thing we had is there's the water systems with our drought task force have been continuing to come to the meetings. Those meetings were held monthly. The last time we met in October, they decided they'd like to move it to every other month. Next one is December 11th. Overall, everyone seems to be doing very well. We did have one agency in particular that we just were having a difficult time getting information and participation, and that was at Lake Don Pedro Community Services District. Their general manager that they'd had for some time recently had given his notice and moved into a different position. Pete Campa is the interim director, our general manager now. He has already made contact with me. We have a meeting with Supervisor Gray this Friday as he's putting together some concerns. He met with Merced Irrigation District. And as of right now, again, with current water, weather, and water usage projections, they have enough water to hopefully get them through February. So we'll begin working with Pete, looking at some different alternatives, very much like we did with both TUD and Twain Harte and Groveland, determining if there's a course of action that needs to be taken, pulling in different resources to see what's available, and moving forward from there. So hopefully with the next board meeting, we'll be able to give you an update on Lake Don Pedro.
And just to inject, since Don Pedro straddles the two counties, we'll make sure that we're coordinating with Mariposa County as well.
That's good. You know, we did make an effort to reach out earlier, but we didn't get much response from them. So I'm glad that they're there now.
Yeah, and Pete, absolutely. And we have made contact, as Craig has said, with the Mariposa OES, and they're aware that we're working with them and coordinate with them absolutely to see if they would like to be involved and at what level as we work through that. Other than that, we do have Vicki with our Ag Commissioner here who is able to provide an update or answer any questions. Rob is not here because he has a big water conference taking place up at Evergreen. And so he will be available at the next meeting, but he is providing me information throughout the week as he goes in and meets with different individuals within the community who are being affected by the drought.
Thank you. Questions? Additional? Public comment? You got a motion?
I'll move continuation of the local state of emergency due to
Second.
drought conditions and imminent threat of disaster.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thanks, Tracy. Let's take 16.
Consideration of adopting a resolution amending Article 7 Post and Educational Incentive for the 2013 through 15 Memorandum of Understanding with the Tuolumne County Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, Human Resources and Risk Manager. For your consideration today is a proposed amendment to the Deputy Sheriff's Association Memorandum of Understanding, specifically Article 7, Post and Educational Incentives. Over the past several years, we've had a significant turnover of sworn, experienced personnel, and we are having difficulty attracting lateral transfers from other agencies. We have been successful in hiring recruit status, but we do need a way to maintain our experience and maintain and retain our experienced personnel to ensure proper coverage through the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff came forward with a proposal of broadening our incentive programs for post certificates and college degrees. And the current incentive program offers either a 2.5% or 5% differential pay for post or education with a maximum cap of a 5% payment for this continuing education or for your advanced education. After meeting with the Deputy Sheriff's Association, we have modified the language and come up with a broadened incentive program that offers a maximum of 20% differentials, starting at 3% for an intermediate post up to a 7% for an advanced post, and also incentivizing for, you can get incentives for both education and post where prior with an either or. The cost for implementing the new differential program is approximately $173,000 for the current fiscal year with a full year impact of about $259,000. The non-sworn personnel are also eligible for post incentives or educational incentives up to a maximum of 5%. The language for them did not change. So it's recommended that your board approve this amendment and resolution for Article 7 for the post and educational incentives for the 2013-15 DSA Memorandum of Understanding.
Thank you. Questions? Public comment? I'll just make a quick comment. We've spent a lot of time in closed session talking about this, so it's nice to bring it out into the open. And I'll just say that we really value our public safety employees, and this is a gesture towards that. We want to retain them and keep them and see them stick around and watch them go through and be promoted and work in the different positions. And so we're happy to do this. I also want to thank the sheriff and Bill Pooley for their work on this, working with you guys. And as always, any kind of negotiations or employee things, take time, and appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Carl?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment that, especially in the Sheriff's Department, it's not just whether you have warm bodies and seats or not, but it takes a very high-quality person to do the interactions with the public that they do in very, very tough and often sensitive situations. That requires not just the right people in the right seats, but you've also got to have people that have the capability to train people that come into the pipeline. And that's where the experience really comes in. The training, my understanding, is the training for a person coming right out of the law enforcement academy is about a year until they're pretty much cleared solo in a squad car. So it's not just can they perform the job, but we need to have the right people that can train the younger people coming in so we can grow our own. And that's what we were losing, and that's what this is designed to try to help us retain those kinds of people, the really quality people that we really need to bring on the young troops out there.
All right.
I'd just like to echo what Supervisor Weber just said and make a comment that this gives us the opportunity to maintain longevity and leadership in our own department. And I applaud the efforts that have gone in by Ann and the Sheriff's Office to make this thing happen. With that, I'd like to move that we approve the resolution.
Second. Okay, got a motion from Hanvelt, second from Brennan. Did I take public comment? Did I? Okay. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you, Ann.
You're welcome.
Okay, could the clerk please read item 17?
Consideration of approving an updated equal employment opportunity policy and equal employment opportunity plan.
Ann Fremd, HR Risk Manager. The U.S. Equal Opportunity Employment Commission has added some additional protected classes, which has prompted the county to update our policy and plan. We are required to have an EEO policy and plan to prevent disparate treatment of employees, discrimination, harassment against a protected class, as well as to ensure the county is eligible to participate in certain federal and state funding grant programs. The last time we were to the board with the EEO policy and plan was 2010. Since that time, gender identity or expression, genetic information and testing, and status as a covered veteran has been added to the list of protected classes. Those are highlighted in the policy that is included in your board package. Also, we have included a statement that's required that says the county expressly prohibits any form of unlawful employee harassment based upon the protected classes. While we do one of these, we look at the county of Tuolumne as an employer versus the county as a whole, and we use the State of California Employment Development Department's website. Basically, the county is pretty much on par with the rest of the county employers, public, private, and everybody else. We have a higher female workforce, 59% compared to 48% in the county. The overall employment other than white in the individuals in the county were slightly higher in employment for American Indians and African Americans, and a little lower in Hispanics, not by much, and equal in the employment of Asians in the county. Now that the county appears to be coming out of the recession and we're starting to restore programs, we will continue our recruitments and also try to focus on recruitment areas where we may be able to attract the lower non-represented classes of people that actually live in the county. So it's recommended that your board approve the updated equal employment opportunity policy and plan.
We want to add the correction.
We put in the comma.
Oh, yeah, but it isn't on my.
I know. It's on the one that Alicia has.
Oh, well, everybody.
Yes, there was a comma missing on the third paragraph between national origin, comma, age. So we added a comma yesterday, and Alicia has that document for signature.
So we're basically just wanting to, the policy basically promotes the equal opportunity through advertising to all the different demographics or whatever.
Yes.
But you're not required to hire anyone except for who you think is the most qualified candidate.
We're
out
not
of the pools.
under any sort of federal order that requires us to have to hire certain races. There are agencies that are under that, but we aren't one of them.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the updated equal employment opportunity policy and equal employment opportunity plan.
We have a second?
I'll second.
A motion, a second, public comment? Bring it back, call for the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Okay, let's take item 18.
Consideration of approving in form various documents related to SB 81 Youthful Offender Rehabilitative Facility Grant.
Good morning, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. As you are well aware, back in 2009, Tuolumne County received SB 81 grant funds in the amount of $16 million. The purpose of those funds were to build what we call the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. As we begin to wrap up all the final documents and the plans and specs, which will be before you in January, one of the last requirements that the state is asking for your board to consider is entering into various agreements with the state. And I attach these agreements in your agenda package. They are the ground lease, the easement agreement, the right of entry for construction, the Board of State Community Corrections, and yes, it does say jail, because that's what they gave me, even though it's going to be for the juvenile facility, construction agreement, and the project delivery and construction agreement. All of these documents are basic boilerplate templates that they're asking for you to consider. They're basically the same agreements that we submitted during our SB 1022 application for the jail project. Staff, both CAO's office and County Counsel's office, started asking back in February and March for these documents to be filled in for you, for your consideration before you, they came before your board. We've requested it no fewer than, I would say, 10 times. Basically, they said that this is not what's done in each and every county that received these grant funds, and that if your board approves these documents in form today, that and you authorize the chairman and the board to sign them, then that will start their process in then putting together these final documents and getting them to this with all the correct information in them. One of the things that staff, both County Counsel's office and CAO staff, will pledge to you today is that once these documents are final, we will go through them with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that we agree with the information that they will put in them. I apologize up front, but unfortunately, we did ask several times, and they're not willing to do that. So before you today, I ask you to approve as to form the documents in front of you regarding our SB 81 juvenile facility grant documents. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I just wanted to disclose I did not read all 107 pages of this document.
Oh, John.
I'm going to have to rely on staff and county council.
Sir, and I did.
Mr. Chairman, does that mean we have to continue this until he has read them?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for John to read it.
I got through a lot of it, but not all every page.
All right. Guess we'll just have to pass it to find out what's in it, huh?
That's the way it works, I guess.
All right, is there any public comment? Bring it back for action.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second. All right, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carries.
Go get our money.
I will. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
19.
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Consideration of a conditionally approving an agreement with Tuolumne County Transit Agency for acquisition of real property joint escrow instructions grant deed for the sale of property located at Law and Justice Center property and the
Hi.
associated budget adjustments.
Sorry, Alicia. Again, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. This is very exciting. Back in September, your board approved the declaration of a .24 plus or minus acres on what we call the Law and Justice Center on basically the corner of Old Wards Ferry Road and Highway 108 as surplus, and you asked staff to dispose of it. The purpose of selling this property was to work with Tuolumne County Transit Agency for the construction of their transit transfer station on this site. Since then time, staff has been working towards this endeavor. By law, we submitted a notice of intent to sell the property, and that was posted in the local paper this past month. And before you today is, for your consideration, is an acquisition of real property, the joint escrow instructions and grant deed. This is a basic sales agreement that your county council has written up, in which will transfer the property to the Tuolumne County Transit Agency. The proceeds from the sale of this property will go into your capital budget for future use to support projects, for example, like the Justice Center Drive, the extension of that. The transit, Tuolumne, we're due to just a scheduling thing, we need to, the Tuolumne County Transit Agency will not be taking this or signing this agreement until their upcoming board on meeting on November 12th. Therefore, staff is recommending that this sale be contingent upon their approval of this agreement. I'm here to answer any questions you have, and Darren Grossi is also in the audience if you have anything. Just as a reminder, this needs to, because there's associated budget adjustments, this needs to be a 4/5 vote.
Okay, questions? We've all heard about this in closed session as well. So, anybody with public comment? Can I get a motion?
Yeah, I think this is a really good thing. It makes a lot of sense, and so I'd move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion second. Call for question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's do item 20.
Consideration of approving an agreement with HMC Group Architects for architectural services related to the Transit Transfer Station, Justice Center Drive access road to the new county jail.
Maureen Frank again, Deputy County Administrator. As the action we just took a minute ago, we are looking at the construction of a Tuolumne Transit Authority is for a transit transfer station. Sorry, it's hard for me to get out. I apologize. With that project, TCTA has asked Tuolumne County staff to kind of be their agent and work on this project with them to oversee the design and construction of the facility. To that extent, meantime, with the county receiving SB 1022 funds, we are going to need to extend Justice Center Drive from the point it ends right now all the way through to where the point it will meet with Gardella Ranch Road. The other thing that we need to do is on the new Justice Center Drive, we need to have an access, if you will, driveway across what we know as the Justice Building's property. So a driveway needs to be constructed from Justice Center Drive all the way down to be able to access the jail property. In doing so, that driveway is going to go right through the center of this Justice Center Justice Building property. So we need to have the road designed, the access road designed, the building site for the two Justice buildings to be programmed, and so we know where the two buildings that we want on that site, where they're going to go, and how it's going to interact with the driveway that's going to run across it. We have asked, because of their ongoing relationship with the Law and Justice Center campus, we asked HMC Architects to come up with a proposal for us to do the required work. And we divided up the work into two categories, as you just heard. We're going to parcel out the work that TCTA has asked for as far as the transit center, and then we're going to, the county's portion is going to be the second part of this project, and that's, as I said, is going to be Justice Center Drive extension, the access road to the jail property, and to do the programming delineation of the Justice Building site. So with that, the agreement before you to do all of that work is a total of $248,800, of which TCTA will be responsible for $152,640, and Tuolumne County will be responsible for the $96,160 for this project. This project won't commence until we close of escrow on the transit center property that your board just approved. It's anticipated that this will This will take about 6 months to complete, and if all goes well, and depending on what TCTCA wants to do, and funding, of course, we could go forward and proceed with this project late this spring, early summer, if all goes well. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and again, Darren Grossi's in the audience if you have any questions of them.
Just a quick question on length of the escrow. When do you anticipate that to be?
We anticipate closing in the end of November.
Okay. And maybe a question for Mr. Grossi. The amount that TCTA is going to be responsible for, we do have that included in our work plan, is that correct?
Is included in our work program as well as our budget. It's, I should probably also point out, it's Proposition 1B transit funds. It can't be used for anything other than transit improvement projects.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? I got a question. What do we expect the construction cost to be for this?
Right now, for the road, for the county's portion of the project, it's close to $2.2 million.
2.2 million for the road cost?
Mm-hmm.
And what about the transit improvements?
Aside from the design cost and the right-of-way costs, we're at about 1.1 million. I think the total budget is about 1.5 million.
Okay. So we're at 3.5 million or so.
That's correct.
I just originally I looked at this and I thought it was a little bit pricey. And you know, I'm curious. We only got one proposal, and for a project like this, what's the normal process for obtaining proposals? Because I know there's different ways this is done, whether it's RFQ or RFP or I guess with these type of consultant projects, you don't bid them out. You get the most qualified people typically. So how do we know we're getting the best deal? I know this item it's separate from the next item, but we're going to hire a different architect for the jail project.
That's
so
correct.
What's the reason for doing this?
The reason for going with HMC is the familiarity with the site. They've already done a lot of the pre-work as far as Gardella Ranch Road and mapping it out. They know the Justice Center Drive, and they have that, and they have pinpoints, because it all needs to be a system, and it needs to fit together. So there's already materials and backup work, survey work that they've done, engineering work that they've done, that they're very familiar with the site and can hit the ground running, and hence we probably got a better price because of that.
How do we know that? But
this goes back, I guess it goes back to we've hired Beverly Pryor HMC to do the campus, and this was just an extension of the campus. And that's why staff went and asked them for a proposal.
Another way to put it, this is an extension of where HMC, when Bev Pryor was still involved and so forth, that was the architect of record for the entire Law and Justice site. And this is kind of the last residual of that work, because we're pivoting to a new.
So do they work on the entitlements for the Law and Justice Center, or
yes,
what is
everything?
Everything.
They've been the contractor of record, the architect and engineers of record for the entire project.
What does that mean, though? Because the entire project, I mean, what?
The overall site planning, grading, the utilities.
Master
So when we did
Master
the infrastructure
plan.
Project, they did that?
Yes.
Right.
They did.
Same sub-consultants. The architects, the primary architects involved have been the same all the way through to this point. But there is a pivot happening. That's with your next item.
That's the next item.
I'm just concerned about I don't know if this is the best option. And I know, during the infrastructure project, we had substantial change orders. A lot of that was due to some of the timelines, and we were in a crunch. But it also had to do with some of the consultant exploration and so forth that wasn't consistent with construction documents. I don't know. I'd be curious to see what the other architect would be willing to do with this. Has there been any correspondence at all, or any kind of reaching out to see what they would be able to do?
No, there hasn't, because then that would break our policy as far as I can't just go out and ask another architect firm for a proposal. They were the architect of records. That's why I can ask them. If I were to go out and solicit for another proposal, I would need to do a full-blown RFQ.
Okay.
You know,
The thing I'm confused about is, I understand HMC is the architect of record for the juvenile center.
The
No,
whole site.
for the whole site.
It's been the whole site, and this is one of the awkwardness, but we're past
So do
all
we have a
that.
contract for that, or how's that structured? Because I don't remember the
We
board
had-
ever awarding any kind of contract for the entire
Yeah,
site
this
for
is before the
prior
time, well before this, this board was in place. We did an RFQ, and it was awarded, and it's just continued to move forward. But we are changing that, now, and now we are doing it by project, project specific. So again, this is the very tail end of the work under that RFQ. I don't believe there's intention on our part to say when these new buildings for DA, probation, all that stuff takes place, like on this Justice Center site. That will probably be, proposals, could very well be a new architectural firm that will be involved with that.
I got a couple questions for Darren. What's timeline-wise? I mean, you gave us a little bit of a rundown. Do you have, with your funding sources for your construction, is there deadlines that we need to meet that this could potentially affect? Or is there some flexibility?
Well, I think that there is flexibility. I have to spend the funds by 2018. I think it's September 2018. So if the board wanted to go out with a new RFP, the potential, I think time-wise we could accommodate it. My concern is that just this morning I was speaking to my project manager on East Sonora Bypass, particularly the ramps, and they're indicating that they're seeing cost escalation on construction contracts, particularly when there's a lot of concrete involved in structures, of over 40% in the last year. So,
I buy concrete. It doesn't cost 40% more, but
just telling you what I'm hearing.
Contractors are maybe making 40% more.
My concern is that we might save some money on this design contract, only to see if we have delays, a greater increase on the construction end of things due to cost escalation.
How long does an RFP process take, or an RFQ process?
It'll probably take about 3 to 4 months. By the time staff drafts it up, gets it out, it needs to stay on the street for about a month. And then it comes back, it needs to get reviewed, and by the time, then we have to schedule in front of the board to award. So you're looking 3 or 4 months at least.
So the question I have then, we already did an RFQ process with the entire Justice Center site, is what you're saying. So that's how we're basically able to do the streamlined process, which you've got here with HMC, correct? So when we did that process, we selected them as the architect. And then how do they normally structure, because at that point they give you rates and things like that, right? So how does that tie to like a specific project we're looking at? I mean, at that time we didn't even know we were going to do a transit center there, specifically. So we select them. How do you hold them accountable to not having outrageous prices when you're awarding them as the architect of record? I saw the breakdown, but
it's in the breakdown, but
there's a matrix.
Okay, could I?
But I didn't really feel like those numbers were the most.
I need to ask a question.
Sure.
Okay. To council, now we have chosen an architect of record for this project. If we go out to an RFP and get another architect, what does that do with our relationship? Can that architect of record come back to us?
What do you mean come back to us and potentially?
Yeah, we picked them. Now we're picking somebody else.
Well, I would have to look at the original agreement to see if there's some sort of exclusiveness clause in there. I don't know if there is, but if there is, that would be a potential problem.
And I could just interject for practical application, and this has happened with the jail. I don't think there's a taste, by the architect to. That was the intent. That was what the RFQ was about. Was the entire campus. There was a desire to look at that separately for the jail. We believe that was covered through that original RFQ. They do not want to get in an adversarial position with Tuolumne County, so they've stepped aside and have allowed the new RFQ to go out for the item that's coming up next. I want to also just mention that we have relationships. Staff has relationships with these folks, and it's more than just the cost of this contract. We have relationships, and there's time not only to do the RFQ, but then to bring ourselves up to speed in relationship with potentially another contractor yet. And I know, just speaking on behalf of the office, I hope the board would appreciate that, because we just would like to get this done and then be efficient. Otherwise, we're going to be out, spending a lot more staff time as well and there's other things I know the board would like us to do. We think it's a reasonable price, and it's a contractor that we think has given us a good value.
So, first thing is, I don't think this is the same architect that was initially awarded the RFQ in the beginning, though, right?
It was through Beverly Pryor and Associates. It was in tandem with, I forgot.
RM Design Group.
RM Engineering. The engineering folks are the same. Bev Pryor did continue into HMC. She has since left.
So what my point is, there's been some turnover on their end.
That's what I was saying, Mr. Chairman.
Project scope is different. So I mean, that particular point I'm just making is the fact that I don't think we're tied to them specifically. I do appreciate the fact that you have relationships and you're able to leverage that. But I would also say that in the past, I haven't been particularly impressed with some of the both cost estimates and some of the designs that I've seen come through. And, I'm not particularly thrilled with the work I've seen. And, I understand it takes time and effort for staff to put together an RFP or an RFQ. And, I know there's, if you have a relationship, there's probably some loyalty to these particular architects. But for the benefit of county residents in general, I feel like we could do better.
Yeah, well, it's up to your board, absolutely. And I just made it clear that they are not going to pursue. If your board wanted to do something, I don't think they would pursue a legal recourse. They stood down for the jail. All we can do is say we make the statement we feel this is a good value with someone that we feel will do a good job and that we're very comfortable with. This will also cost staff time, both not on the RFQ, but just the powering up in that relationship. That's the best we can offer. But whatever your board would like to do.
So my question would be, how much do you feel that we're going to save on this project by going out to
I'm not particularly, there's a couple things. There's the direct cost of the architect in this case. There's the loss of confidence they've had in the past in their estimates and their cost estimates. And there's the fact that we're setting a precedent here for some of the other projects, potentially for the Law and Justice Center. And I'm concerned about how we do this in the future. I don't want to just keep handing it to this architect because they did some of the past work. So, for...
Isn't this the last thing, though?
Yes.
Nothing else
Based on the
left?
direction that we've been given, this is the
left?
last that these folks would do, and we'd be looking at new relationships potentially with others, but they would not be just given projects. We would be doing some type of RFQ process. That's basically what we just did, and you're addressing in your next item for the jail, as an example.
I just don't see why we're not doing the same thing for this item. So at this time, I'll take public comment. Get that out of the way. Anyone would like to come forward? We'll bring it back for the rest of the board to discuss.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay,
3-2.
motion passes 3-2. Randy and I. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Could the clerk please read item 21?
Consideration of approving an agreement with Lionaski for architectural services for the new county jail.
Hi, Maureen Frank again, Deputy County Administrator. Just as we've been talking, we've been progressing on the Law and Justice Center campus. And as you know, in January 2014, we were lucky enough to see $20 million in SB 1022 funds to construct the new jail on this campus. In July, staff went out with an RFQ, and it was sent out to over 20 architectural firms that we had on our vendor list. It went out to building exchanges and was advertised in a local paper. At the close of the RFQ process, Tuolumne County received 8 architectural proposals. We quickly put together a team of your sheriff, Jim Milley, your undersheriff, Bill Pooley, the jail commander, Tamara McKay, Bev Shane from our Community Resources Director, Craig Pedro, your county administrator, and myself. That team went through the 8 proposals, reviewed them, ranked them, and narrowed it down to 4 top candidates. Those candidates were KMD, HMC Architects, DLR Group, Rosser and Stantec, and Lionakis /CGL. All 4 of those firms were called in for an interview. We spent some time with them, getting to know their team, getting to know the approach that they would take on this project, looked at their schedule and what they can produce and when they could produce it. And upon conclusion of the interview process, the whole team recommended Lionakis and CLG as the top candidate. We have broken this architectural, unlike the last agreement that we just had, this architectural agreement is going to be broken up into 2 phases. The first phase of work that we're asking Lionakis to do, if you approve the agreement before you, is to conduct a program confirmation. We already have a program document, but what staff wants to do is go through that document, and especially in regards to AB 109, make sure that programming still fits our needs and still addresses what we want to address both functionally and operationally for the facility. We're going to develop a schematic design plans and put together a preliminary cost estimate for this project. So for this first phase of work, we're estimating that it'll take us, staff and the contractor, about 8 months to complete at a cost of $619,500. As we said, the money for this first phase is contained in the capital budget in the jail project line item. So we have enough money already currently in the budget to do this. There will be staff will come back at a later date to talk to you about the second phase of this agreement. And the second phase of work includes design development, the construction documents, bidding assistance, and then construction administrative services. And just so your board had a full disclosure of the total amount of the agreement, the second phase of the agreement will cost $2,379,000. And in order to pay for this, we're going to have to look at the 15-16 capital budget and make sure that that money is put in there. We will have some savings cost from this current fiscal year that we're not expending and that staff anticipates rolling over, and that amount is $410,500. So just so you know, to pay for some of the second phase of costs, staff is recommending that we go forward with a contract or an agreement with Lionakis to do this first phase of work for the jail project. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Can I just inject a couple things here? Again, it's also customary in other ways you approve the entire contract for the entire amount. We've chosen to do just this initial phase for a couple of reasons. One is this is the only work that can be accomplished this year, and I know talking with the auditor controller, she would prefer it's easier when you have projects that transcend years, to keep those as clean as you can. So this lines up very well for what we can accomplish this fiscal year. The other piece, which Mo just talked about, we will need to come up with the balance of the funding to complete the design, and that's something that will have to occur most likely in conjunction with the next year's budget. And actually the third point, and we mentioned this when we interviewed the different consultant teams, is we are also trying to pursue additional dollars, from the state, either in the form of AB 900, move from phase 1 to phase 2, or additional, whatever's going to be the successor of 1022, I forgot the bill number, but try and get additional money. If we are successful in getting additional money beyond what we've already been approved through our 1022 grant, that would most likely result in a minor tweaking of our scope to put some things back into the project that the sheriff would like to see in, and that could alter, slightly alter the design. So I just wanted to mention this stuff now as to, why are we also breaking it this way. There's financial reasons for that, funding reasons, accounting reasons, but also if we can get that additional funding, it could change the scope, and we wouldn't want to get into the actual drawings until we know what the true scope of this building is going to be. And might as well mention it now because it's relevant. We have the Board of State and Community Corrections scheduled for their November 13 meeting. We looked at the agenda this morning, and they do not have a discussion about AB 900 on there. I've already sent some emails off to find out, what is the plan, because they don't meet again until February, and had discussions during the break. So that's why I was a little late coming back, talking with Elizabeth Howard Espinoza as one of 3 people I've pinged. I've tried to get a hold of BSCC, also Dan Cummins with Department of Finance, and did get a hold of Elizabeth, and suggesting that it won't. There's reasons why it won't appear on that November 13th agenda, and it has to do with some strategizing going on at the governor's level in conjunction with the BSCC. And I'm sorry, I'm having to be vague because this stuff, it's some of the black box of Sacramento, where we may actually be encouraged not to submit legislation on our own, that there may be legislation initiated through the governor's office. It could be part of the budget and those kinds of things. So I'm sorry to be as vague as I am. I'm just getting, we just looked at the agenda today. That prompted contact.
So we're waiting to see for the second phase what happens legislatively. So total between the first phase and second phase is just under $3 million, right?
That's correct.
So do we have a commitment that if we find the money that's a number that will be the same, or how does that work? We're not going to have a contract, but how do we know? I mean,
what will transpire is that
is that just a negotiation?
It's a negotiated deal. So like you mentioned in the previous agreement, there is, just in this agreement also, there's a rate sheet in the back. Mm-hmm. And so we'll look at what it will take to do an augmented adjustment to the plans, how much time it'll take their staff, and they'll put a proposal based on the number of hours and who will be working on it, and we'll get a figure from that.
Okay, Carl?
Yeah, I'd like Under Sheriff Pooley to come up. While he's on his way, I want to express my thanks to the staff for, there's been a little team of folks working behind the scenes on the jail project in general and this in particular, and I want to thank them for doing a pretty darn good job in coordinating all of the activities that's going on. And I just want to ask a very simple question. Is the sheriff comfortable with the selection of the architect?
First, let me say the sheriff apologizes for not being able to be here. He's at the funeral for the fallen deputies up in Sacramento. And yes, he does support this 100%. Wants to thank Mo, Bev, and Craig for their help in the process. It's been great.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, any other questions? Public comment? Bring it back for a motion.
I'd love to move on the staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0.
Thank
I'd
you.
also like to thank you for the process. I know it takes time. And okay.
Thanks.
Let's see. Let's do item 22. And this will be, well, first of all, I need to recess as Board of Supervisors, reconvene as Tuolumne County Water Agency Board of Directors and Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Actually, I'm not recessing, just jointly acting.
And this is consideration of approving an agreement with a law firm of Best and Krieger LLP to provide specialized legal services pertaining to water law.
Thank you. Members of the board, before you today is a retainer agreement with a law firm, Best and Krieger, to provide legal services related to water law to both the board and to the Tuolumne County Water Agency. As you know, your board entered into agreement with the firm Somac, Simmons & Dunn last year to provide specialized legal water services to the county. And unfortunately, I was advised they have a conflict of interest and they can no longer represent the county. They withdrew from representation and refunded us approximately $2,600. They will also provide all material research memorandum that they've done to New Water Council later today. And then after learning that SOMAC had withdrawn from representing the county, I reviewed the responses we received to the request for proposal, which was issued in June of 2013 at your board's direction. Best and Krieger came in second, so Chris Schmidt and I began to negotiate with them. The result is the retainer agreement that is before you today. Gene Tanaka is the attorney who will be our primary contact, and he has assured us that his firm has completed a detailed and thorough background check to ensure no conflicts exist. So at this time, we believe there are not any conflicts that would prohibit them from representing the county or the water agency. I would recommend your board approve this retainer and authorize me to sign it. And I also want to let you know that I spoke with people from Monterey County, LA County, Mono County, Santa Cruz County, and Riverside County, who all had nothing but wonderful things to say about this firm. So hopefully that will put you a little bit at ease in terms of this water agreement.
Questions? Public comment? We're back for motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay. So, let's see, so now I'll recess as County Water Agency and act only as the Board of Supervisors, and have the clerk read item 24 and 25, I guess we're going to take together. Yes.
23.
Thank you.
Consideration of approving a standard agreement for professional services with Wood Rogers, Inc. for design services associated with the Parrots Ferry Road intersection improvement project.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. With me today is one of our new civil engineers, Gadiel DiMattei, who is involved in this project. On July 3rd of 2013, your board authorized the engineering staff to prepare and administer federal funding applications for improvements to the intersection of Parrots Ferry Road and State Route 49 under the Highway Safety Improvement Program. Our application was approved by Caltrans in November of 2013, and the project has been programmed into the Federal Transportation Improvement Program for fiscal year 15-16. The county is using the expedited project selection procedures that are authorized by the FHWA in order for us to have funds released this year in order to meet our deadline for construction 15-16. In 2012, the engineering division sent out a request for qualifications, what we call an RFQ, for civil engineering services, not just for this project, but for many of the projects that we're currently working on. And we pre-qualified several consultants that we can contact when we need their services. For this particular project, we sent out a request for proposals in September, and we received several proposals, and Wood Rogers has been selected to provide the professional services for this project. We are proposing that we enter into a contract with Wood Rogers for 2 different phases for the preliminary engineering. The phase 1, which would be this contract before you today, would be for topographic surveys and preliminary road alignments in order to get up to the 30% design. The rest of the project will consist of modifying the existing signal at the intersection of State Route 49 and Parrots Ferry Road, widening the roadway to accommodate a right turn lane on the highway, eliminating the free right turn lane from State Route 49 to Parrots Ferry Road, and constructing a northbound left turn lane on Parrots Ferry Road at Union Hill Road. At this time, we're asking your board to approve a standard agreement for professional services with Wood Rogers for Phase 1 of the preliminary engineering for this project in an amount not to exceed $32,357.
Questions? Public comment? Bring back for a motion.
Mr. Rutherford's district.
Actually, I think it's in my district.
Actually,
It may be.
it is in your district.
Yes, it is. So I'd like to make a motion to move on staff recommendation.
And since it's close to my district, I'd like to second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carries. Now,
you.
could the clerk please read item 24 and 25?
Consideration of adopting a resolution designating the Chief Building Officer as Tuolumne County Code Compliance Officer to implement Chapter 1.10 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and authorizing the County Compliance Officer to select his or her designee, and approving the revised class specification for Chief Building Officer and potential salary range adjustments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In 1999, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance 2296 to establish a comprehensive code compliance program for the county. That ordinance is codified in Chapter 110 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. This program was modified in 2005, and in 2012, your board adopted Resolution 3195 to comprehensively update the entire program. At that time, there were significant changes to the program. Since 1999, County Council has been designated as the Tuolumne County Code Compliance Officer. The duties and responsibilities of the Code Compliance Officer are to administer and implement the Code Compliance Program. As such, this is a management type of duty and responsibility and does not require specific legal expertise. County Council, as County Council, does, however, provide the legal expertise to this program. As such, essentially what you have is County Council providing legal advice to themselves as the Code Compliance Officer. County Council Sarah Carrillo has recently advised your board that that creates a potential conflict of interest. And she has recommended that your board designate another county official to serve as the Code Compliance Officer. Under this arrangement, she would continue to provide legal advice to the Code Compliance Officer, whoever it may be, and to your board on code compliance issues, but would not be involved in the day-to-day code compliance activities. So essentially, this is a step back for County Council from the administrative side of code compliance, but would continue to be involved in the legal side of it. At your meeting on October 21st, your board approved Ordinance 3262 to modify the code compliance program once again. Your board modified Section 110.020C of the County Ordinance Code by eliminating the designation of County Council as the Tuolumne County Code Compliance Officer, and provided that the new new Code Compliance Officer would be designated through adoption of a resolution. Before you today is a resolution that would designate the Chief Building Official as the Code Compliance Officer. So the question becomes, why the Chief Building Official? Even though County Council has been, by ordinance, designated to handle the administration of the Code Compliance Program, in reality, much of that work has been done by the Chief Building Official. Prior to July of 2008, the Code Compliance Program administration was largely done by two code compliance investigators working under County Council. Those two positions were eliminated as part of the county's reduction in workforce due to the recession. They were very early in the process of the recession eliminated, and the duties for the day-to-day operations of code compliance were transferred back to the various departments in the county. As such, the Chief Building Official assumed all of the code compliance duties that were done by the code compliance investigators by 2 people. Went to the chief building official as well as 2 planners in the planning division. The solid waste division was doing code compliance, and grading violations were handled by public works at that time, and environmental health was handling their own violations at that time, and they were at that time in the health department. So the different departments under the code compliance program assume the duties and responsibilities. However, 80 to 90% of all complaints are related to building permits. And so as we progressed from 2008, the chief building official, primarily because he was already responsible for 80 to 90% of all complaints, worked with the other departments in order to create a consistent program for code compliance. When the program was changed by your board in 2008, it was the chief building official who drafted the new procedures. He prepared all the forms. He created the standards, all under review by the code compliance officer, at that time as county council. But all of, again, the day-to-day administrative duties were being handled by the chief building official. In 2012, when the entire program was revamped, it again was the chief building official who rewrote all the procedures, rewrote all of the forms, worked with county council to resolve any issues that came up between writing an ordinance and actually implementing it. So those duties, again, were picked up by the chief building official, largely because he was handling most of the cases in the county. It was through our chief building official that the entire program was now computerized using our code track program. It was implemented, and all staff were trained by the chief building official in order to have a consistent program among all the different departments and divisions who are responsible for doing the investigation work and preparing the necessary forms. In July of 2012, again, due to staffing reductions in the planning division, all of the code compliance duties were transferred from the planning division to the building division. And so now the chief building official wasn't just responsible for 80 to 90% of the complaints, it's more like 95 to 98%. And so by default, our chief building official has been doing most of the work of the code compliance officer. The only duties that really haven't been done have been penalty waivers reviews and the statute of limitation reviews, which the code compliance officer county council currently does. In addition to the day-to-day, you have seen our chief building official here bringing appeals to your board. He has brought submitted the demands for payment to the property owners. He has brought to your board filing liens against property and also assessing property on property taxes. Those are duties of the code compliance officer by ordinance. However, they are being done by our chief building official, and that's really a staffing issue. The abatements that you've seen that the county is undertaking, the demolition of substandard housing, cleaning up properties where there has been a significant amount of, we'll just be blunt, garbage, have been handled by the chief building official. Yes, he does have assistance from the other staff, but the person who is administering this program, who is performing, again, most of the existing duties of the code compliance officer, has been the chief building official. So it is logical to us as staff to recommend to your board that the chief building official be designated as the code compliance officer. And from a performance standpoint, and yes, he does have other duties, but he has absorbed these duties over time, so there won't be a huge impact. As you noted from the memorandum that was prepared by Deputy County Counsel Carlin Dribdahl, the actual time spent on true code compliance officer activities by county council has been very minimal in the last few years, and so the amount of time will not be significant for Mr. Oliver to assume these duties. What will change, however, is the level of responsibility, because he will no longer be doing this work just as staff. He will now be responsible. And again, he has been doing this work. But between 2000 and 2008, when we had 2 people in a code compliance division, we closed 1,654 cases. Since the program was transferred back over to departments, largely due to Mr. Oliver's efforts, from 2008 to today, we've closed 1,878 cases, which is a 24% improvement without any additional staffing. And that's also balancing the other workload of the division. We have also taken abatement actions where county did the abatement itself and then passed on the costs to the property owners. We've done 20 since 2008. And we've processed 12 assessments and liens, and we have more coming to you very soon. So I think from a performance standpoint, our chief billing official has demonstrated that he has the ability to manage this program and to fulfill all of the duties that are in the ordinance code for the code compliance officer. Remember, he will not be acting alone. County counsel will still be available, and which is an extremely important component in these types of issues, to provide legal advice to him, and then to handle anything that will actually go to a court action if that's what your board decide on any extreme case. Because again, code compliance is not limited to just our code compliance ordinance. We have other avenues that we could seek working with county counsel that would go beyond our normal or our typical enforcement process. So I'm here today to ask your board to consider adopting the resolution that would designate the chief billing official as the code compliance officer. You will have the ability, since it's a resolution, if at any time you wish to change that designation, to do so. It does not require an ordinance. It doesn't require a 30-day period. It would go into effect immediately. I'm also here today to ask your board to consider modifying the job description, which has been prepared by your human resources staff, to reflect the additional duties that the the chief billing official officer will be doing as the code compliance officer, and also ask your board to, with that, approve a 5% salary increase based upon a survey that was also done by Ann Frem, your human resources manager, of other jurisdictions for their chief billing official officer duties, chief billing official duties, some of whom do code compliance, such as Calaveras County. Some do not do to the extent that we're proposing our chief billing official to do. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I know Carlin Dribble is in the audience, as well as Ann Frem and Doug Oliver.
Well, let me just piggyback, and I'll make it quick, because Bev covered a lot of stuff. You know, as wearing my personnel officer hat, I'm going to send down just an updated matrix. It was in your agenda on the class specification change and potential salary change. I noticed a line or two dropped out, so it's nothing different, just not all of the information was printing correctly. I do want to emphasize something that Bev already hit upon, and that is, you know, Doug has picked these duties up. You know, the building official has picked these duties up. Like many other employees have picked up additional duties, you know, over time, and he's performed them, you know, very, very well. He's proven that he can do it and do it at a very high level. So just want to emphasize that. But also as your personnel officers, if like there's so many other employees in the county that have taken on additional duties during this really dire fiscal time, and we have not sought any compensation adjustment at this time, that will happen or potentially happen as you do your classification compensation study during the year. We will look at, there's going to be other situations where people have picked things up, duties have expanded, and potentially salary adjustments should be made. But I also have to make emphasis to some of those folks that are out there. There is something different here with Doug, and Bev hit on it. There are some additional duties, mainly of a managerial type, recognizing some of the things he's already doing, but there are some things that were in a prior memo from the county council that he will be picking up. But also underscore, he is now, if this happens, he will be the one who is officially responsible, you know, for and accountable, you know, for the program. And this is also a program, I might add, that I don't know too many people that are standing in line saying, I want to be the code enforcement officer of any county. So he's proven, he has a proven track record of doing it well. We're asking him to pick up some additional duties and, very importantly, to be responsible for it. We did the survey. The survey shows a myriad of ways of doing it. They all kind of revolve around your community development department and building officials. but it seemed equitable and right to suggest to your board that not only in making the change to the class specification, but making that range adjustment in the compensation for that position for a 5% adjustment.
Carl?
Yeah. First of all, I don't know how we do this right, because we're really starting to talk about item 25, and I think we're still on item 24.
No,
No,
we read them,
together.
we're taking them together.
Okay,
yeah.
then fine, my mistake. Then I'm going to talk to item 25 first, because I think I just want to say some things. I've had quite an opportunity to work with Doug, and the whole code compliance. I found out we actually have a code compliance task force the other day. We've had a couple of meetings. Bev's been involved. County Council's been involved. I have some real concerns about how our code compliance ordinance is written. I really want to see some changes in it. I'm not completely comfortable, even with these recommendations, that we're well structured to do code compliance properly, but none of my concerns focus on Doug. Doug has taken on a lot of additional workload, obviously absent the formal responsibility, as Craig has said, over the last, 4 or 5 years associated with code compliance. I believe he's worked very hard within the framework of our ordinance, and he's done all that with no previous salary adjustment. And like CAO Pedro said, there's a lot of people out there in the same boat. We probably need to do some looking at it. So while I'm opposed on principle to salary adjustments solely based on classification changes and maybe additional responsibilities, I really like to see him on performance. I think in this case, his performance in the area of code compliance supports it. But I have some real concerns, and now I'll go to item 24. And that is, by putting code compliance in the building area, what have we already, and what are we likely to suffer in terms of performance in the other aspects? And this is not personal on Doug. This is departmental. What loss of performance or metrics are we doing in terms of permit approvals and some of those things? And are we headed, and this is not something that we're going to solve today, but are we headed in the right direction in terms of structure? I'm really concerned that our stoplight chart doesn't really look all that well in terms of permit response. And so I'd really like to have a discussion about how we write structure and right size that area as we put code compliance in there. Is that clear as mud?
I'll be happy to address that. You're right. Our quarterly report to your board has been in the red for building performance. We've had a lot of issues, personnel off this summer. We came to your board and you supported hiring an additional building inspector to help with the Rush Creek job, and that's about ready to start construction. That's already grading on the site now, and they are getting their foundation permits, and that will start very soon. Your other action that your board took as part of the budget in August was to authorize us to hire an additional plans examiner. That person will be starting next Monday on the 10th, the 20th. So that body isn't here yet. I think you're going to see some improvements. What has happened is that we've only one plans examiner in the office. I don't there's no question that performance-wise, the building inspectors themselves, inspections haven't changed at all. We're right there. Within 24 hours, you get your inspections. It's been in the plans examination side, the plan checking. And we had some large commercial projects, one in particular that has taken our plans examiners' time away from doing the other. With assistance with a new staff person, then there'll be someone else to share those duties. He's also called to the counter repeatedly during the day to provide expert information to the public and to contractors. So again, with someone to help him, that should relieve some of his time. So we can truly block out his time for him to do work, and that has been a problem. So we feel that that is going to improve. We just haven't had the people start yet. So I think you're going to see that improve. As far as Doug's time, now he's doing everything. If there's a need, he's out in the field doing building inspections. If there's a need, he's doing plan checks. If there's a need, he's at the counter. He's issuing permits. He can do virtually every function in his division, and he does everything well. Code compliance, per your direction, gets low priority. As you know, the only time we go out there is if we've gotten it's a health and safety issue, or to do the initial review to see if it is even a violation. And that we're still doing, the building inspectors are doing that when they have time. If they're out in an area and drive by, that's when they do it. They don't make special trips for these. As County Council pointed out in the memo from Carlin Drivdahl, the code compliance duties that Doug is not currently doing that would be transferred over, which would be statute of limitations reviews and penalty waivers, have taken County Council about 15 hours last year. Because Doug is already doing most of the work, I do not see a huge impact on his time. So while you might still see red for a little while, we've got things in the works to improve that.
Okay. Just a quick comment. I just want to make sure that my questions and my comments weren't misunderstood. I have full confidence that Doug's the right person to do code compliance. And my question goes more to whether that should be married in the building department structurally and all of those things. And again, given that we agree that it should be, and that we agree with obviously it going to the code compliance going to the chief building officer, then I'm prepared to support 25 as well. But I'm just, again, I think we've done a lot of things, and I've said this any number of times before, and I'd really like to see us get moving on it. I think we need to take a look at how we're structured right now and how we're resourced, because we did a lot of things because we had to, and not necessarily did we got to an acceptable solution, but not necessarily did we get to the best solution that we possibly could have because of the time constraints that were on us as we were going through that process. And I just want, as we come out of here, to look for making our county government structure more responsive, more efficient, and better meet the needs of the public.
And if I could just add, certainly, in an ideal world, we would be able to have code compliance investigators at some point again. People are, even though it may be part of their job duty, it takes a special person to do that kind of work. And it's not quite being a police officer, but it's very close to it. And so I think that's very important. When we did have the code compliance investigators, although they weren't the most popular people in the county, they were effective because they had specialized training and they had a desire to do that type of work.
Randy?
I'm a little disappointed where this discussion is going, because it seems that we're having a referendum on Doug Oliver, and I don't think that's where we are. I want to say openly here that Doug has done a terrific job on code enforcement and code compliance. In fact, the changes we made just a couple of years ago have streamlined that process, and I'm really happy with what's going on there. I think it's just a better process. However, that being said, you said a few minutes ago that 80 to 90% of code compliance issues are directly associated with building code.
That's right.
And I am concerned about putting a systemic process in place that, while it works well in our current situation, it shouldn't be long-term personality-driven. I mean, we got a great guy doing it who's doing a good job. The next guy that comes in when Doug leaves us or whatever, may not be Doug Oliver, probably won't be Doug Oliver. And so will it work then? That's the systemic issue that I'm worried about, building in a potential conflict of interest. Doug's doing a great job. I wish code compliance was not low priority, as you said, because I think there's a number of issues around here. So long-term, I'm not sure this is the long-term solution. I'm willing to go along with it because it's working. But as I said the last time we talked about this, I would like to review this on a regular basis to make sure it is working and to make sure that the population has complete confidence in our system. It's working fine, but again, it's working. I'm fearful that it's working because it is personality driven. Okay, and then on the second issue on the salary, I've got no problem. Only because we've got performance here, but I share Supervisor Rotifer's saying I believe in, and that's what you do. You pay for performance. And by the way, I would comment that the survey here, they're almost all rural counties, which makes sense, but certainly San Joaquin and Stanislaus are not. They're not in the RCRC band. They're not in the CSAC's rural county thing, and I'm not sure we should be using them. I understand that was based on some negotiations there, and that's the situation we have to deal with. I think that process is flawed. But I've got no problem going forward, but it's based on the personality involved. It's not necessarily based on what we've written here, and I'm worried about whether that works long term. So if we review it on an annual basis to make sure that we're, if you will, providing the oversight, I'm okay and I'll support them. But I agree that I'm not sure this is the systemic solution that will work for all time.
I'll try to keep my comments brief, and I agree with a lot of the points these guys made. I think Doug is doing a really good job with code compliance. I'm very concerned about his efforts that he's having to focus and his resources focused towards code compliance affecting the building and the issuance of permits and so forth. And like you talked about, we've got some projects and some other factors that have affected that. But it's very, very important that we correct those things as quickly as possible, because by not being able to issue permits on time, I guarantee you it's going to create additional code compliance cases. There's going to be more people that are not going to want to come get permits because it takes so long and it's a pain in the butt, and it affects the reputation of our building department and the reputation of the county as being business friendly. So I just really, really, really want to emphasize how important it is to get permits out and to make that a priority. Now, that being said, it doesn't make code compliance not a priority, and you've heard that it's a priority to these guys when you have, 9th Avenue in your district, or I've got, little places in Tuolumne or whatever. Those are important. But we're dividing Doug in half because he's got a lot to offer. But when it comes to economic development, for me, that's the number one priority. I'm completely biased, and I'll be honest about it because I'm a contractor. So, just to be fair. But I'm biased, but I'm also, I've got a little extra insight because I get to deal with it and I know what it's like. And I hear about it more because contractors know me and they tell me, how it affects them. So just please, I'm happy to support this along with the comments that have been made. But please, please, please get that dashboard improved. And let's, as time goes on, and say it's a year, 2 years, 5 years from now, and this discussion's no longer on the table and we kind of forgot about it, it's going to be left up to you or the person in your position to prioritize how your time and how your resources are allocated. And I just, one more time, emphasize economic development and permits and, people working and people that are trying to comply with the system are top priority.
Yeah, I just want to add that, I'm in agreement, but we all have to remember that none of this is set in stone.
We can fix it or
always
change
look
it.
at it. If it's not working right, it can come back and we can fix it. So I'm totally in support of staff recommendations, and I would be happy to make that motion.
I'll second it.
Any
And I just have one.
On both.
Second both, and I just want to make one last comment, and this is for Bev, really, and for Craig. Doug's got to feel like the guy that's got his arms and his legs tied to two chariots that are headed in opposite directions, okay? Because while economic development is the number one, or not the number one, I think it's public safety, but it's a very high priority for this board. But I got to tell you, code compliance for me personally is every bit as high, because it doesn't make any difference if we develop something and then the property values immediately go down because the neighbor, and I've got a situation like that in my district because of repeated code compliance violations, knowing violations that affect the value of the surrounding property. So I think it's, and I'm looking for something that makes Doug's life easier on both of those, okay? So having said that, I'll shut up.
Question, real quickly. Did I hear Supervisor Hanfeld ask for an annual review? So can we incorporate that into the motion?
Sure.
I'd be happy to include that in.
I'll include it in my second.
All right, so we have motion second. Any public comment? Bring it back, call for a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Can we bury these, get rid of these quick ones?
Yeah, let's try to do that. Where are we at here? Yep, let's hear it.
This is a second reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 8.40 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, amending the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission.
Can I get a motion?
Yeah, I'd make a motion to move on staff recommendation, and would really like to thank Sheila and the entire commission for doing a lot of good things for the kids in our county.
And thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Thank you for waiting through the meeting. Okay, let's see. Yep. 27A. Call it. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, this is consideration of approving an appointment to the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors for the 2015 association year.
Well, they just, the CSAC is looking just for appointment of a director with an alternate. This is interesting. Alicia and I were talking about this yesterday because Supervisor Plant had done this for so many years. He just seemed kind of be the perpetual person. Don't know where the board's going to go in the future. Currently, the chair is well, Evan, not so much the chair, is the current director. And then I think, is it Randy, you the alternate? You could do that, or you could look to the future. It's whatever you guys want to do.
Well, if I could make a comment, look, I think it's important to have continuity on these things. I've been the alternate a couple of years. I was the director, the delegate 1 year, and I've been the alternate. I go to the meetings because I think it's important to do that for continuity. Evan's been faithful in going to those meetings. I think it's also important to have, I'm the RCRC delegate for us, and I sit on the executive committee there. It's important to have that, in my case, so it correlates, and that happens in a lot of counties. I am more than happy to maintain the status quo as is, because I think that's a good thing to have that continuity. Now, Supervisor Plant, I think, was there in perpetuity, and they instituted this rule after that. So anyway,
I would happy to make the motion to keep what we have in place. And,
I'll second.
And when somebody else gets tired of it, then we move another direction.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
And I would say that I appreciate that, and I enjoy the role, and I encourage all of you to participate as well. And you do, so you know. All right, let's do lunch.
Okay, I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting to order. It's 1:31, and would the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to increase rates by approximately 4.18% at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station and Pinecrest Transfer Station.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. With me this afternoon is Belinda Barlow, our Solid Waste Manager. We have several items for you to consider regarding the fees that are charged at our transfer stations and also by our hauling companies, our solid waste hauling companies. We just distributed to you an information table that was requested by Supervisor Rutherford that indicates, again, what the fee increases have been over the last 10 years. And that's just for informational purposes. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those. But that hopefully will put this in context a little bit better as to how frequently you are being asked to make adjustments and to the various fees. The first item on your agenda is a request by Cal Sierra Transfer Station and Pinecrest Transfer Station to raise the rates of those two facilities. The county has a franchise agreement with Cal Sierra Transfer Station, which was first executed in 1995. That agreement, which is operated by Waste Management, allows the county to make adjustments to those fees based upon information submitted by Waste Management. According to the agreement, the transfer station can make up to 8% return on revenue using a 3-year rolling average, and that serves as the cap on the amount of the fees that could be increased. The agreement says that your board can approve such an adjustment if the performance requirements have been adequately fulfilled. We have been able to determine that going back to 1995 with the original agreement that there have been performance requirements established by the county. Those were included in the conditional use permit for the transfer station facility itself, at that time called the MRF because of Material Recovery Facility, and also Waste Management maintains an operations plan that they update annually. Any requests for fee adjustments are also reviewed by the county auditor. And we rely upon her judgment to advise us whether or not to bring these requests to your board. In this particular case, Cal Sierra Transfer Station has submitted a request for an increase at the two transfer stations I mentioned. This information was reviewed by the auditor, and Ms. Batista has determined that the Cal Sierra Transfer Station is allowed an increase based upon the return of revenue for the 3-year rolling average. The 2013 financial statement submitted by Waste Management indicated that they had a return of revenue of 2.86%. Some of the reasons for this is that Waste Management incurred some unforeseen expenses, such as a $2 per ton increase in disposal costs by hauling waste to the Highway 59 landfill, and increased transportation costs, repairs to their facilities, and increases in shop labor allocation. The amount requested for the increase by Waste Management is 4.18% of all the rates at both the Cal Sierra Transfer Station in East Sonora and the Pinecrest Transfer Station. They've requested that the rates be rounded to the nearest nickel. If your board approves a 4.18% increase in all the rates, that will increase the per ton amount for franchisees and permittees from $67.60 per ton to $70.60 per ton. Any increase in the franchise and permit disposal rate at the transfer station will also affect the rates for the collection areas. Those are separate items that we'll be discussing in a few minutes. Franchise agreements for our collection companies allows for an automatic pass-through. So that means if you approve this for the transfer station, the haulers then can ask for the pass-through, and that is allowed and required by the contracts. On August 19th, our staff met with the Waste Management Company to review the requests. Staff actually suggested that there be a smaller increase, and they did challenge some of the information provided by Waste Management. Waste Management countered with documents demonstrating that they actually need a 9.25% increase at the transfer station in order to receive a 7.99% rate of return. Remember, they are capped at an 8% return. As part of their operations plan and their performance standards, Waste Management has taken many steps to reduce their operational costs. Some of those are to reduce staffing. A full-time manager position was reduced to a 60% reduction position. Employees at the recycling center have been cross-trained to work at the transfer station. One part-time loader operator position was eliminated. Staff at the transfer station itself have been reduced from 12 in 2011 to 7 in 2014. And they are also currently evaluating the possibilities for their reuse store since it currently operates a $30,000 deficit per year. Again, I just want to highlight that our solid waste staff does monitor the operations at the transfer stations, probably more so than Waste Management would like, but that is all part of making sure that they are in compliance with their performance standards as well as their contract with the county. As part of this project, we are also recommending that you remove, in addition to increasing the fees, to remove the 4 rates associated with different size pickup trucks. That would maintain parity between the rates for all non-weight self-haul loads. We'd also recommend that you modify language that has been in the current and previous resolutions for solid waste fees concerning the gate fee. Because the state now does periodically charge an advance payment of a disposal for certain types of products, such as TVs, paint, and that type of thing, then we are proposing that there be no fee for those items. Currently, it's specifically listed which items are no fee. This would be broader so that if the state does impose those advanced disposal rates on a product, then we don't have to go back and change our resolution to reflect that. This would automatically do it by stating that the fee is waived on any item for which an advanced disposal or recycling fee has been paid. Your Solid Waste Committee considered this proposal as meeting on September 9th. At that time, your committee recommended that your board adopt the resolution to increase rates by 4.18% at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station and Pinecrest Transfer Station, remove individual pickup truck charges, modify the gate fee exemption language, restate the rates at the Earth Resource Facility, which are not changing, and repeal Resolution 7513, effective January 1st, 2015.
Questions?
I got a whole list of questions. Let's just step through what I see here and some of the comments you made. Okay. I understand increase in fees at the landfill. I think that's Merced County, is it? Why they should be a pass-through, but I'm curious what the contract with Merced says. Are they allowed just unlimited rate increases at will, or do you limit them to a consumer price index, or what does the contract say?
Belinda Barlow, Solid Waste Manager. We renewed our contract with Merced, Highway 59 landfill, last April, and they are entitled by that contract to a 2.5% increase each year. That will go into effect July 1st for the next 4 years.
2.5%, so if I am not calculating that, but...
It's about 50 cents a year that it goes up in disposal cost per ton.
Okay. So 2.5%, we can just expect that every year. So next year it'll be a little more than $2.
Yes.
Could be.
I saw him shaking his head no. Mr.
Yeah, before you speak, I will open the public hearing. And do we want to actually call for in favor at this time, or do we want, Randy was asking questions, and it's kind of getting directed towards,
I think with, the audience that we have, probably.
they're pretty all in favor? Okay, so we'll just do this. We'll say anybody who would like to speak in favor may come forward.
Tom Teach, Waste Management, Cal Sierra. Just to clarify, we didn't get any increases for the Merced landfill for a number of years. We were all very happy about that. When they discovered that they hadn't increased the rate, they hit us with a $2 increase last July. So that was a big step. That was more than the 2.5%. At that point, Belinda and her department went and said, hey, let's get something in place so that we know the increase, how much it's going to be each year. And after a little bit of negotiations, I think they came up with a 2.5% increase per year from that Merced landfill.
Oh, so they weren't getting us, now they are.
Yes.
And 202 was more than 2.5%.
Quite a bit more, yeah. We were paying right around 20, so that was about a 10% increase we took that hit that we took that year.
Okay, let me get back my notes here. Then increased transportation. Who's doing the transportation? You aren't doing the transportation?
Actually, we have a third-party vendor, Tiger Lines, that hauls the solid waste to Merced. It's actually more efficient than us doing it ourselves.
But you don't have to transfer it and all that kind of stuff?
Well, that's why we have a transfer station. All of our garbage trucks have to unload it. It would be very expensive if the garbage
Sure,
trucks each
okay.
drove all the way to Merced. So they dump it at the transfer station. They haul, a garbage truck will take 6 or 7 tons, and we can put 20 tons into the transfer truck. So it's more efficient.
Okay, but, so what does their contract say? I mean, is that that must be a pass-through too, then? You have a third party and they just raise their rates? It doesn't tell me how much they raise their rates.
Their rates, I believe, went up 1.5%. So
Do you have a fuel adjustment clause in there so that when the price of fuel went down, like it's going down right now, that they give it back to us?
There is a fuel surcharge component to that rate, yes.
So we might get something back with the reduction next year, or at least?
The cost right now should be less than what it was 6 months ago for each haul, because the fuel surcharge should be less than what it was then.
Okay. Then Ms. Shane said, you reduced some management people, and this is, you're charging us 30% for the cost of a fleet manager, a new position.
A couple of years ago, we had a manager for the transfer station and a manager for the recycle or buyback center. We've now combined that position. So one manager oversees both operations. So 60% of her salary is charged to one of the sites and 40% to the other. So
this is a new position, fleet manager, and we get 30% of that.
For a period of time, the fleet manager that was up here went down to Lodi and was overseeing several different operations, and so we weren't getting charged any of his salary because he really wasn't up here at all. When they kind of made an adjustment and got the right size staffing back in place, then that person came back up here, and he's our full-time fleet manager. 70% of his wages go towards the hauling site, the trucks. 30% goes towards maintaining the yellow iron, we call it, so the forklifts, the loaders, and the baler.
How do we get away without having this miracle worker for so long?
It was only about a year. Prior to that, he was being charged. So he was here.
So he was off last year, but he's back on this year?
More or less, yes.
That's a strange world. I would think that positions would be your discretion and they wouldn't be charged to us, because there's, I'm looking for where you get the incentives to manage your business in a prudent, productive manner, but we'll let that go.
Okay.
Substantial repairs to the Volvo loader.
Yes.
Now, why should we be responsible for that? I mean, if your truck breaks down, don't you maintain it?
Yes, we do. But
Well-
all of those costs are compiled and go towards that financial statement that we provide to the county yearly to explain, here's our revenues, here's our cost, here's our bottom line profit, here's what we make. I mean, that's a part of the equipment that is needed to run a transfer station. You can't do it without a loader. So when we have to do a midlife rebuild, it's an expensive process. It's less expensive than buying a new loader, but it is expensive, and that's going to be reflected in the profit that we make at the transfer station. Just like if we had a truck burn up, that would be reflected in the
And we'd
profit.
pay for that if you had a truck burn up?
It's all passed through, and the rate that's established is that's how it works. But
It's a cost of doing business. I can tell you that we haven't had any trucks burn up, and that we do a good job of maintaining our equipment. But the cost to maintain it is inherent to the cost of doing business.
Basically, your entire operation is a pass-through to us.
The thing that maybe is hard to understand is that we truly want to make a profit. And that
Oh,
we're not-
look, and I don't fault you for that. That's okay. I want you to be healthy financially.
Thank you.
I just don't want you to be rich on us.
Well, you can see what we've done for the last several years. We've tried several things to try to get the transfer station closer to what we're actually allowed to make, and we haven't been successful at that. It hasn't been, I can tell you that we've reduced our labor costs at the transfer station every year for the last 5 years.
Well,
That's
I
something
just
that
want
I
to
can
point out,
directly
want to
control.
point out to you, virtually everything in this thing appears to be, including new air conditioners and printers, seems to be a pass-through. I've got a lot of constituents who are on Social Security. You know what their raise is going to be this year? 1.7%, and then the government's going to take some more for their Medicare. So they're not getting these kind of increases. So I'm real concerned about them
Well, I'm happy
and their
to tell
ability
you
to pay.
that their curbside rate this year and next year will not change one iota. In collection areas 1 and 2, the hauling rates are going to stay exactly the same for next year.
Okay, anybody else? Go ahead.
have you guys ever made over 8%?
I can't answer that prior to my period. I've been here for 6 years now. We've been in the 2 to 3% range for the last 6 years, and I don't know if anybody has a history back farther than that.
Do you have any kind of stats on the last 10
I-
years or something?
I do. I went back after you asked this question in the past. In 2003, they made a 7.2% profit margin. In 2004, they made 7.37. In 2004 was the peak tonnage. It was 50,000 tons. We're down now to 34,000 tons, which is a decrease of 16,000. If you consider the tipping fee to be $100 a ton, that's $1,500,000 decrease in revenues coming into the transfer station since 2004.
So in those years, they made 2 point whatever, or 7 point something both years. Since then, what's the trend been? Just curious.
In 2005, it went down to 5.29%. 2006, it went down to 4%. In 2007, it was a minus 0.71%. That happened partly because they had to rebuild the baler, which was a $100,000 cost, among other things. The baler cost is no longer attributed to the transfer station because it's not used.
So that was 2007. What about 8, 9, 10? If you would humor me and just run through it, I'd appreciate it.
2008 was 0.78. 2009 was 0.58. 2010, 2.63. 2011, 2.87. 2012, 3.37. And last year, 2013, 2.86.
Okay. And what year was the two-cart system implemented?
That was 2010, the end of 2010.
Sherry?
I just want to say that, your solid waste committee had a very lengthy discussion about this because none of us like to see these rate increases. And I had a conversation with Debbie, and she verified the numbers. And so it's really difficult, given the language of the contract.
So I understand that.
Yeah.
I got a couple questions. Part of our problem in our county is we're trucking this stuff. And, in the past, you were trucking a lot farther, so we're in a better situation than we were. When was the last time anybody talked about doing something different? Is there any, we're basically paying, we're subject to another party on, we're going to have 2.5, a landfill or, we've talked about, you brought it up, incineration
Incineration.
systems,
Mhm.
plasma gasification. There's a lot of different technologies, and I know with the waste flows that we have, that's not, particularly viable with what we have, but I've heard people talk about regional facilities and things like that, and I don't know if that's something that Waste Management may necessarily be interested in, but the final destination of the trash isn't necessarily something that's dictated by the contract. It's more of the fact that you guys are the franchise party that does the hauling and collecting and so forth. And I know we've heard in the past that we can't pursue those things because we have a franchise agreement with you and we have contracts and so forth. But I don't see why we couldn't pursue technology like that in a way to deal with the trash. And if you could cut that trucking cost down and those tipping fees, and maybe we could even pay for other people to come dump their trash, especially if you could truck it or put it on trains and things. But I don't know. Is that something Waste Management would be interested in having talks about?
We would be interested in entertaining any conversations. I know Belinda and I have talked about options. It's very, very expensive to start a landfill. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think we want to do a landfill.
We don't want to do another landfill.
No.
No.
Yeah, it's still expensive to have a landfill, and we're not
Okay.
filling the land anymore.
I don't.
The biggest expense comes after you close the landfill.
I think incineration, plasma gas, there's a bunch of different technologies. Yeah, conversion to diesel.
I don't think our contract says that we can't look at other ways to dispose of it. This particular way, the particular way we're doing it right now has become the least expensive because of being able to take it to the J59 site versus where we were taking it to a few years
Lodi.
ago.
Nevada?
Well, Lodi.
Oh, Lodi.
Most recently, yeah.
And wasn't that about $10 more a ton going
It
to?
was between $7 and $8 a ton savings by going to Merced.
J59.
We were going to Forward Landfill and
Yeah.
outside of
Oh, okay.
Antigua.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But,
And it's
you know.
closer too, so the transportation is actually less than what it was before.
And I think, isn't it in our long-term?
Yes,
our
that's what I was
long-range
going to bring up,
plans that-
yes.
We want to do it, yeah. But I always was under the impression the answer we were getting was we can't do it because of the franchise agreements. But I think we could. And I don't know if we ever talked to you guys about that.
Mr. Chairman, one of the issues that's come up is could different companies do whatever they want with the trash, and the answer was no, because it needs to be congregated.
You have a
And that's-
franchise, yeah.
Right, so that was where the discussion was, but yes, it's in your long-term plan to find a different solution than just hauling it to another landfill.
Yeah. I think we need to sit down and look at that, but that's not the agenda item, so I apologize. But I see some hands, Randy and then Carl.
Well, I got one more question for Ms. Shane. You said something about paint and paint disposal, and something about paying that forward or something? Oh.
Yes, there are now additional fees when you buy those products.
I know when I buy
Store.
those products, so are we paying again?
Because, no, that's what I was saying. Those would be exempt from our gate fee because they
Oh,
already
okay.
have
I
paid.
missed that. I thought you said we were paying those in advance. And I'm sitting here saying, if I buy a bucket of paint, I pay for the disposal up front.
And we recognize that. We just
Okay.
know that the state keeps adding more items to that list so that we want to make it automatically exempt from our fee.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, first of all, you folks are doing a good job. I'm not going to go down the path of not saying that. Absolutely doing a good job. But here, I got to say two things. First of all, I really don't like the way the contract is structured, and I don't like the way, I don't have a choice to vote. I've got to vote in a given way. That's not a vote, okay, in my mind. There's no reviews or anything like that other than to make sure that the raises are aligned with the target criteria. That gives us as a board, and this is for my staff more than it is the companies that are here in front of us, but it gives us no control over things that spikes in the economic situation or anything like that to mitigate the impacts to our constituents. And these are really long-term contracts. So I'm not really happy with the contracts. And I know I wasn't around when they were drafted, and I know I don't understand all the circumstances that were in play at that time, but I don't like these kinds of contracts. I would never vote for something like this. Secondly, I just did a little, so everybody understands why it's important for us to have that kind of flexibility as a government body. I did a little bit of back of the envelope figuring last night at home, and I keep my utility bills all the way back to, my wife calls me a pack rat. But anyway, I started in 2009. My per unit cost for electricity has gone up 17.2%. My propane per unit cost has gone up 11.7%. Water base rate up 27.3%, and people are flipping out about that, okay? I just did some back-of-the-envelope stuff off of the spreadsheet that Craig gave us, and I see a 30.7% increase over the same period of time, 12.1, 31.5%, 38.9%, 10.5%. I could be off a little bit. I use the calculator. But in the same period of time that we're talking about, principally almost everything over 15%, the GDP in the United States only increased 14.1%. Inflation only went up 12.7%. But here's the big kicker that I have to be concerned about, and I think everybody that sits up here has to be concerned about. The median family income in California has gone up 2.5%. Okay, but the cost of these, and I know it's discretionary whether you have garbage removal or not, but the cost, it's essential. Okay, I'm going to be climbing all over Bev's back to get a code violation person out there if people start piling up their garbage in their front yard. So, and electricity is an essential, propane's an essential, water's an essential. The impact on our people is huge, and I just ask everybody to think about that.
Questions? Okay, we'll continue with the public hearing. Is there other public comment in favor?
I'd just like to say one more thing before I sit down. I know there was some issues about performance and indications and all that good stuff. That verbiage was taken verbatim from a 1995 contract, which, you know, basically we were doing the same thing then as what we're doing now. We provide Belinda with annual financial reports and also with Debbie with the annual financial reports. Monthly, we provide Belinda with our RHHW, the household hazardous waste, the number of pounds that we take in, you know, legitimate stuff that they bring in and recognize and give to us, as well as things that people sneak off their truck and sit alongside the transfer station. We provide our tons of solid waste coming in and the number of vehicles that come into her on a monthly basis. We provide the tons that are shipped out on a monthly basis. We provide the tons of recyclable that are accepted at the transfer station, as well as the tons that are shipped out to Lodi for processing. After these independent financial audits came and went to Debbie, then Belinda looked at them. She had additional questions. We met twice with her. Once we brought the financial analyst to explain what those costs were, and that's why you see those costs identified in your proposal there, is because we went line by line and said, you know, here's what this cost and that sort of thing. And with regards to an air conditioner, if you've ever been in a gatehouse made out of aluminum that sits on a hill where the sun hits the windows in the aluminum, if there's not air conditioning in that, a person could probably sue us. So we don't buy things frivolously, but when we have somebody that's in a hot box in the summertime in Sonora and the air conditioning goes out, we're going to buy a new unit. That's just the right thing to do. So if you don't have any more questions for me.
I'll make a couple points, and I agree with what you're saying, and I understand that, and I say I understand the air conditioner and a lot of those things, and I go to the transfer facility all the time, and if you look at it, I know you guys aren't, you know, it's not, you know, tip-top shape. The wall's banged in, and the concrete's spalled and beat up, and, you know, I know you're not sinking a bunch of money into it, The issue I've always had with the way things are structured, and Tom, I think you're a good guy, it's the structure between waste management regionally, our own little transfer facility, and waste management, the bigger corporate entity, and how, the recyclables are transferred. And we don't look at that stuff and the rates that are paid through and stuff like that. I mean, there's kind of a disconnect there. And I've talked about it before, and it's kind of hard to articulate, but it's just there's a lot of room for flexibility in how the books are put together with those rates, and how you guys, meaning corporate waste management, establish those, and what they make on that end of it versus what happens here. So I mean, I've always just been skeptical of that or mistrusting of that, because I don't see it. I don't have access to that. I don't, it's kind of disconnected from us, but it does play a role in how this is all put together. And just the nature of the contracts being forced, with the terms that we are, it's kind of a hard spot for us.
I think I want to add on to that just a little bit, and it becomes a public perception. Waste management is either going to have a golf tournament or just had one where they gave away $7 million in prize money to the professional golfers. Now, if you're a little person in downtown Groveland and you see waste management spending that much money on golf, and then your garbage rate goes up, it just plays off to what Evan's trying to say. I wish we could say Waste Management Sonora instead of Waste Management, or go back to the old name of Cal Sierra or whatever, because that's the confusion that people have. I do believe that you guys are doing a really good job in your business and trying to cut corners where you can, but we're always dealing with the public, and that's what the public's perception is. How can they afford to have this golf tournament and spend all that money and then raise my garbage rates? That's just, I know it's not your fault, but that's just kind of what happens out there.
To respond to Evan's comment, I can tell you that Belinda and I typically meet about twice a month, and the topic of where our recycle is going to go comes up frequently. If we could find a place that we could take it that would be close enough to where you can justify the additional transportation expense, we would be open to that. The issue right now is that the commodity prices has gone down 14% over the last year, and it cost us about $35 a ton now to move commodities to Lodi. So if you think about what it would cost to move it to the Bay Area or someplace that's twice as far away, we're getting paid about $35 a ton for it. So we're breaking even right now. If we were to move it farther, we would have to make $70, $80, $90, $100 a ton on commingled recycling for it to pencil out. And at this point, it doesn't. There's nobody that's going to pay us that much. They might talk like they will, but then they subtract for any residual that's in there and everything else. When we've looked at it, at this point, it doesn't pencil out, but we're always open to that discussion.
A lot of the cost is transportation. Is there any possibility of using train, go by rail? When was the last time we looked at that?
I believe before I started here, they were looking at moving possibly the transfer station. They had looked at possibly moving it there by their other operations and using a train. It didn't pencil out either. So.
To create a facility?
Right, to create a new facility and then load the waste by train. It was not deemed to be financially prudent to do at that point in time.
Yeah, I do remember us, it was about 6 years ago, wasn't it, that we looked at that train transportation?
Well, from time to time, it might make sense to readdress some of those things, but so we're still in the public hearing. I'm assuming you want to speak in favor?
I definitely want to speak in favor, and I'd like you to support this, our proposal. But I did want to answer the question of, I'm with Waste Management, and I support Tom as the Director of Business Development. I was around when we were talking about the transfer station, the redevelopment of the back to 1995. I do want to share with you, I recall when I presented 4 transfer station plans. And those plans And one of those plans included staying where we're at. That was the cheapest operation, like $4 million just to try to upgrade it.
What is going on?
The new transfer station with the rail site was somewhere about $12 million with the rail site. And so at the end of the day, with all the different plans and with the rail sites and other sites, it was decided just to stay where we're at because of the cost. And aside from that, we had our existing facility that we were still paying on, and then you'd have a second facility. So of course there was talk about trying to sell one to the other, and the county having their own, trying to put a facility on your old landfill site. There was a lot of discussion on that, but it all ended up, at the end of the day, more cost, excessive cost. Regarding cogeneration, regarding gasification, yeah, there's a lot of those. And the corporation looks at all of those. If they make money and we can somehow get it in the rate, but the reason, one of the biggest downfalls of those are the air pollution laws. I went to Germany and saw a great system everybody wanted us to build. I think they started to build a system similar in Yosemite. The problem is the air pollution. You can't get the permits for it. And it's on the back-end system. And the back-end, what I'm saying, it actually takes the garbage can and reduces it down to, you grind it all down. I mean, you take all the valuables. The valuables would be the bottles, cans,
The metals, yeah.
Pardon me, yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of systems out there. It's all costs, and it's all how you
Permitting, environmental, yeah.
We're willing to talk, we talked to the city of Riverbank about a system that they were looking at, an AGLEC system, which is a really high-tech system. There was issues with that, too. And the other thing you brought up was volumes. You need to have volumes of waste.
Sure.
Regional, I don't know if there's enough garbage between Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa that could feed that animal to make it cheap enough. That's not to say we can have that discussion. And we can even do some investigation. But we'd be more than willing to talk about those things and see where those volumes really come from.
Or partner it with biomass.
Well, and understand this, it all comes down to the volumes who owns them. For instance, I know there was a city manager I was working with, he really wanted a biomass system. Well, he only has one city. He said, well, let's get Stockton, let's get Merced. Well, guess what? Merced hauls their waste, guess where? To their own landfill.
Yeah.
San Joaquin County has deals with 5 cities in the county, and all the waste is flow control there, so no one wants to give up the waste, and waste is beginning to diminish because of the recycling laws. And recycling in itself is costing more money than I'd like it to cost. Anyway, I wanted to answer those. We're willing to talk about all those systems. They do cost money, and it's generally who's willing to pay for them. And right now is not a good time to ask the ratepayer to pay for those kinds of high-tech systems. And that's our view. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come forward and speak in favor? Okay, at this time we'll switch gears and change to opposed. Is there anybody that would like to come up and speak against the rate increase? Okay. Since there's no opposed, there's no rebuttal or surrebuttal. So I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action.
One more comment, please, County Council. This is a calculation that's a pass-through. We don't really have any choice but to vote for this. I mean, we're required by contract. Am I correct?
You can vote against it. You just be in breach of contract. That's what I do every year.
That's exactly my comment.
Where's the sheriff when you need him?
No, when we're talking about the pass-through, that's going to be when the hauling companies come. This rate increase will then be passed on through by contract to those individuals. The portion of this increase that's related to the increase at the Merced landfill is not the entire increase. Is that correct?
No, I understand, but
Yeah.
That's just part of the justification.
But this is all required by contract, right? And we're required to keep them whole and give them 8%, and these are legitimate costs.
We don't give them 8%. They can earn up to 8%.
Up to, I understand, but they're legitimate costs.
Up to 8%. And the way the contract is drafted is Waste Management's entire compensation for providing the transfer station services is through the tipping fee. The tipping fee has a number of different components, including the transfer station operations, the satellite operations, transportation costs, the disposal fee, which would be your Merced, the county's portion of the fee, and then, of course, their profit. And so in their justification for the changes, if you're in agreement that those justifications are reasonable, then under the contract, yes, you should approve their request.
Well, like Supervisor Royce says, if we don't vote in favor, we're in technical breach because we're not adhering to the contract. So I'm wondering why we don't just vet these through the Solid Waste Committee and quit bringing them here.
Because the contract requires us to.
The rates are set by the Board of Supervisors under Title VII of the Ordinance Code. That is why they come to your board.
Okay, I'm prepared to move that we adopt a resolution to increase rates by 4.18% at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station and Pinecrest Transfer Station, which I believe the cost is much greater than what it is anywhere else. Supervisor Royce. I'll pick it on you.
I'm
You don't
used
have
to
to,
it.
that is
I'm
not
numb
part
to
of
it.
my motion.
Can't even get a reaction
And
anymore.
remove individual pickup truck charges, modify the gate fee exemption language, restate the rates at the Earth Resource Facility, and repeal Resolution 75-13 effective January 1, 2015.
Does that cover all the items, all 4 items? No.
No, we have to go through each one of them.
They're each public hearings, they got to be done. There's a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, one more. Why do we have to maintain parity between Pinecrest and if Pinecrest cost doesn't go up, why do we have to maintain parity?
When we're talking maintaining parity, that's between the Groveland Transfer Station.
The other haulers.
And
because you're increasing their costs.
the Groveland Transfer Station and the Cal Sierra Transfer Station. The parity issue is your next item.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay.
Got it?
Got it.
Anything else?
I read the wrong line there.
Okay. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Abstain.
Abstain? I didn't get that vote. I got 2.
3, 1,
1.
I voted. 4.
4. So it's 3 would be Gray, Brennan, Hanvelt. 1 abstain from Rotifer and 1 no from myself. So passes. 3-1-1. Got it? All right, thank you. Okay, could the clerk read our next appointment?
Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to increase franchisee and permittee rates for Big Oak Flat Transfer Station by 4.18% and repealing Resolution 76-13.
Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. The Big Oak Flat Groveland Transfer Station is a county-owned facility that's currently being operated through a franchise agreement with Moore Brothers Scavenger Company. All waste from the Groveland Transfer Station is taken to the Cal Sierra Transfer Station in East Sonora. The current disposal rates at the Groveland Transfer Station were established by Resolution Number 7613 and became effective on January 1st of this year. That resolution raised the franchise and permittee rate at the Groveland Transfer Station to match the same rate as the Cal Sierra Transfer Station. The resolution also established a gate fee that is being phased in over 3 years. Because your board has just approved the disposal rate increase at Cal Sierra Station, we are recommending that you do the same at the Groveland Transfer Station. In November of 2013, your board directed staff to maintain parity in the franchisee and permittee rates between the 2 transfer stations. Because I see your question, why? It was felt at that time that to treat the constituents of the county the same, so that people who are taking their garbage to Groveland would be charged the same as if they were taking it to East Sonora. And so that was the direction at that time. The Board of Supervisors Solid Waste Committee reviewed this item on September 9th and recommends your board adopt the resolution to increase the franchisee and permittee rate at the Groveland Transfer Station by 4.18% to maintain parity with the East Sonora Transfer Station, modify the gate fee exemption language as you just did for the East Sonora Transfer Station, and repeal Resolution 7613 effective January 1st of 2015.
If the costs at Groveland don't justify the increase, we do parity and someone gets a windfall profit out of this thing?
Well, remember, the company that hauls our garbage, it goes from Grove, it's collected at Grove, and then it's deposited over in the waste management facility in East Sonora, Cal Sierra disposal facility, and that pays a disposal cost there. So again,
So the transfer station subsidizes the haul?
yeah, I see Glenda nodding, yes, and we'll get to the last item today
Well, but
is
does
regarding the operation.
Does the payer at the transfer station, are they the direct recipient of the hauling? Or are they just subsidizing?
There's two ways that waste comes to the Groveland Transfer Station. One is from the franchise hauler, and that's the rate we're talking about. We want to raise that rate. They haul sometimes directly, all their big boxes, and sometimes their garbage truck goes directly from the customer curbside route to Cal Sierra, and sometimes it goes through the transfer station. I would like the rates at the transfer station to be the same in Groveland as they are at Cal Sierra. That it keeps it even. The revenues that come in at the transfer station are subtracted from the cost that we pay to subsidize the Groveland Transfer Station. So I was hoping to keep that equal, not lose money, and we'd end up paying more to subsidize the transfer station.
Okay, well, that's John's problem. I'm not going to worry about it. John, if you're happy.
Well, we again, the Solid Waste Committee went over this in length, and, nobody wants to raise these rates, but in order to maintain the parity, which we all agreed was important, and not increase the subsidy to the Groveland station, we will have to do this. So, if we don't want to do this, then we're still going to have to pay for it from somewhere. So I'm prepared when you're ready to.
Let me open the public hearing. At this time, anybody who'd like to speak in favor may come forward. Okay. Anybody opposed? Okay. Public hearing closed. Go ahead.
All right. Yes. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to clarify that the self-haul rate is not changing. It's just the franchisees. So the individuals driving up to the Groveland Transfer Station, their rates are not changing.
That's correct, right? Okay. So I move that we adopt a resolution to increase the franchise and permittee rate at the Big Oak Flat Groveland Transfer Station by 4.18% to maintain parity with the franchisee, and permittee rate at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station, modify the gate fee exemption language, and repeal Resolution 76-13, effective January 1, 2015.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Abstain? All right, 4-1. Clerk, please read our next 130.
Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to establish new rates for collection of solid waste for franchise areas 1 and 2 for Cal Sierra Disposal, Inc., and repeal Resolution 7713.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. This is the complicated item for you this afternoon. This is a a proposal to increase the rates for Cal Sierra Disposal for their collection facilities and collection rates 1 and 2. The agreement that we have with Cal Sierra Disposal has a provision that allows them to adjust their rates for inflation each year. The adjustment is based upon the CPI for the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose region from June of the previous year to June of the current year. The yearly increase can be no more than 6%. The franchise agreement also states that collection company is entitled to a fair return of revenues for the service provided. This amount is capped at 10% for a 3-year rolling average. Cal Sierra Disposal submitted their financial statement to the county auditor on April 30th. Upon review of the financial statement, our auditor determined that the 3-year rolling average exceeded 10% and was actually 11.08%. Pursuant to the agreement, the Cal Sierra Disposal is required to provide return to their clients. In this case, it would be 1.08 to be done through a decrease in rates rather than refunding money, that they would decrease their rates for the coming year. The contract also stipulates that in any contract year, the franchisee is subject to a landfill disposal increase, or in this case, a transfer station increase. All of said increases shall be passed through by means of an immediate rate increase. So that rate that you had just approved at the transfer station, the 4.18, is then automatically a pass-through for the agreement to the hauling company, the collection company. And so, because you've approved that, that rate is passed on, but the way the pass-through works is actually 26% of the rate. So it'd be 26% of the 4.18% increase you just approved, and that becomes 1.09% increase in their disposal rates. Now, that 1.09 increase then is offset by the 1.08% decrease they need to provide to their customers because they were over the 10% last year. That's why I said it's complicated. So the net result is that most of the rates are not going to change. There are some of the rates for this collection company that will decrease slightly. And if you look at the rates in the comparison table that was provided, in some cases there might be a couple cent changes here and there, but what we call the embedded rates, I believe the embedded rates will not change, and then there are some decreases in other rates. So in this particular case, because the pass-through, they could increase by 1.09%, but they're obligated to give back 1.08%. So for this particular fee change, for fee schedule, there'd be very few changes. Your Solid Waste Committee again reviewed this proposal at its meeting on September 9th, and at that time, the committee has recommended that your board adopt the resolution to establish new rates for franchise areas 1 and 2 for Cal Sierra Disposal, and to decrease rates by 1.08% when disposal rates are not embedded, and repeal Resolution 7713 effective January 1st of 2015.
Thank you. That was very, very clear. Any questions? Okay, I believe this is a public hearing, so I'll open it up. Anybody that would like to come forward and speak in favor may do so.
Tom Teach, Waste Management, Cal Sierra. I was going to try to clarify, but I'm not sure. Basically, because we have been more efficient with our hauling side in terms of trucks that are more efficient, automated trucks, one-person trucks versus two-person trucks, and providing carts, we did exceed that profit margin. And so basically what we're doing with people with trash service is there's no increase. It would stay the same. There are a couple of rates where it goes up a penny or down a penny because of rounding, but the vast majority of rates stay exactly the same. The people that would actually see a reduction would be people that order a green waste box because there's no disposal component in that, or people that have a cardboard bin where we're picking up cardboard once or twice a week. Those two rates actually decrease to 1.09%, and the other ones basically stay exactly the same, other than a 40-yard box that's $847. It might have gone up a penny or down a penny due to rounding.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Is there any other public comment in favor? Okay, we'll switch to opposition. Anybody like to speak against this? Okay, public hearing's closed. What's the will?
I just like to thank you for keeping those rates about the same.
The next one.
Are you thanking them with a motion?
Okay, I'll thank him with a motion. I move that where's my recommendation here? I move that we approve the resolution establishing new rates for collection of solid waste in franchise areas 1 and 2 for Cal Sierra disposal pursuant to section 7.28.030 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, which maintains existing rates on most services and embedded disposal rates and decreases rates by 1.08% when disposal rates are not embedded, and repeal Resolution 77-13 effective January 1, 2015.
Do you have a second? Motion and second. Any other discussion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that one you get 5. All right. I guess our 4th appointment. Actually, yeah, go for it.
This is a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution to establish new rate fees for collection of solid waste in franchise areas, Area 3, Burns Refuge, and to repeal Resolution 7813.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Burns Refuge Service has a franchise agreement with Tuolumne County for collection of solid waste in collection area number 3. The agreement has a provision that allows them to request an adjustment from your board based upon CPI. In this case, Burns Refuge has requested a CPI adjustment of 3%.
Where did they get that CPI number?
The CPI is based upon the San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland region. That's a given number. That's published. I'm not sure the company that actually publishes those rates, but that's a standard rate.
Is that what's required by contract, the San Francisco rate?
Yes, it is.
It's the Department of Labor Statistics.
I'd like the president to look, and the Social Security Administration to look at the San Francisco rates for my Social Security people.
Questions? Okay.
This is, I mentioned with the last item, the agreement also provides for the pass-through based upon the approval you just gave to the Cal Sierra transfer station of 4.18%. And so with that, with the 26% of the 4.18, it calculates to a 1.09% increase, and the 3% increase in the CPI. They are asking for both of those, and also that those go into effect on January 1st of this year, or excuse me, of 2015.
Does the contract entitle us to do this compounding increases? Are they entitled to both separately, or would
yes,
one?
Yes, they're entitled to both of them, as the contract is written.
So I see a problem there, because doesn't Waste Management get CPI increases sometimes?
They did not. You mean the transfer station?
They didn't ask for one.
They didn't ask for the collection side of it.
So here's the issue. If they did, that would add to the disposal fee.
Oh, you're talking about the transfer station. The transfer stations do not get the automatic CPI. The collection companies do in their contracts.
Okay. Other questions? Anything else, Bev?
No, that's all. I think that's enough.
Thank you. Okay, public hearing is open. Anybody would like to speak in favor may come forward. Seeing none. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'm struggling to try to find a recommendation. Okay, I move that we adopt resolution to establish new rates for collections of solid waste in franchise area 3 for Burns Refuse Service pursuant to section 7.28.030 Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to include a 3% increase in response to the June 2013 to 2014 Consumer Price Index and a 1.09 pass-through of the increase of the franchise of parental disposal rate at the Cal Sierra transfer station and repeal resolution 78-13 effective January 1, 2015.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion second. Additional discussion? Okay, call for the question. All in favor? Opposed?
No.
No. Abstain?
I'm an aye.
Okay.
I'm a no.
3-2. Oh. All right. No, he's a yes.
I was a yes.
So it's 3-2. Randy and I. Thank you. Okay. Are we on 5 now? Yes.
Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to establish new rates for the collection of solid waste for franchise area 4 for Moore Brothers Scavenger Co. Inc. and repealing resolution 7913.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Moore Brothers Scavenger Company Incorporated has a franchise agreement with the county for collection of solid waste in waste collection area number 4, which is the southern part of the county. Similar to the Burns agreement, the agreement with the Moore Brothers allows them to request an adjustment based upon the CPI. Moore Brothers has requested a 3% increase, and they also are entitled to the pass-through for the Cal Sierra Transfer Station increase that you just approved of the 4.18. That equates to 1.09 increase as a pass-through. So they have asked for both of those, and your Solid Waste Committee did support that recommendation.
Questions? Okay, public hearing is open. Anybody would like to speak in favor may come forward. Anybody opposed? Public hearing closed. Bring it back to the board for action.
I think instead of reading this whole thing again, I'm going to move on
Staff.
staff recommendations.
Is there a second? Not yet. Motion second. Any discussion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No.
No, I was an aye.
Randy?
I'm a no.
3-2, same as last one. Okay. Right. Thank you, Alicia. All right. Well, that's done. Thank you.
We have one
Hold on.
more.
What, 6? Which one?
One more.
Got one more.
One more. I only have 6 on here.
Consideration of approving an amendment number 1 to the agreement of the operation of the Big Oak Flat Groveland Transfer Station with Moore Brothers Scavenger Co. Inc.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. This is the last solid waste item we have for you this afternoon. The Big Oak Flat Groveland Transfer Station is a county-owned facility that's currently being operated through an agreement with Moore Brothers Scavenger Company Incorporated. Pursuant to the agreement, the county pays Moore Brothers $138.30 per ton for all incoming waste as compensation for their operation of the Groveland Transfer Station. The compensation amount was requested through a proposal based on costs to operate the Groveland Transfer Station. One of the line items in the proposal was the cost to dispose of waste at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station in East Sonora. Per the agreement, all waste from the Groveland Transfer Station is taken to the Cal Sierra Transfer Station. So the increase at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station then increases the cost to operate the Groveland landfill. In order to compensate Moore Brothers for this additional cost, Moore Brothers has requested a modification to the agreement with the county to modify, to increase, if you will, the compensation rate from $138.30 to $142.15 per ton, effective January 1st of 2015.
Questions? Nope. Thanks, Bev. Open the public hearing. Oh, this one's not?
This is not a public hearing.
Oh, cool. Public comment. Bring it back to the board for action.
You know, I want to make a comment real quickly, because this is really difficult sitting here. None of us like these increases. We don't like them at all. But we're bound by contracts that were put in place in 2009, 2010. And I just hope that we all recognize that.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't here when those contracts were put in place either.
But
I was, but I don't think I voted for him.
this board is
Because of
bound
the
by those
length of them.
contracts.
So, but that's just the way it
is.
seems to work out. I'll move on staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Motion second. Any discussion? Call for question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Uh,
4-1.
Can I, it's a related issue to all of these. I really do not like being put in a position where I have to cast a vote that I don't agree with, and because I would be in violation of a contract if I didn't. I would really like to have staff come back with a recommended action that the board could approve on how we can deal with these so that we don't have to be contractually forced to vote in a certain way.
That would be renegotiate the contracts.
No, actually, we brought something similar last year and did not get direction to implement that, but we already have something similar drafted so that these could be taken care
A
of.
contract or an ordinance? Or
No,
what's it?
a resolution to implement any of these pass-throughs automatically without bringing it back before your board.
Yes, the resolutions essentially authorize these to be handled at staff level if they were contractual obligations.
We can talk about this more. I think something different, just to where we don't have contracts that force us to take actions. We already have that, but we can, yeah. Off topic. So at this time, let's take a break, and we'll come back for our 2:30, which is already passed. Thank you. I understand. Do it. Okay, back from our break. Could the clerk please read our last, actually, it's our 2:30 now.
This is continued public hearing to consider blind bull, de-stole mitigated negative declaration for a conditional use permit, resolution for amending and executing agricultural management plan for Williamson Act Conservation, and an indemnification agreement.
Okay. And I believe there's, oh.
No, Mr. Chairman,
You got
members
it.
of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. On October 7th, your board conducted a public hearing to consider entitlements to allow a shooting range at property located at 10700 and 10900 LaGrange Road. Your board closed the public hearing and continued consideration of the project until this afternoon at 2:30 in order to provide time for staff to review a letter submitted by the Holder Law Group and provide responses to comments in that letter. On October 16th, the applicant's representative, Robert Osborne of Golden State Surveying and Engineering, contacted me. He stated that his clients were working with the opposition to try to reach accord, and said that they would like to have more time to address the neighbors' concerns and ask that your board continue consideration of this item to give them that time. As such, I'm here this afternoon to ask your board to continue consideration of this project until January 20th, 2015 at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you, Bev. Glad we're working this out. Is there any reason why we shouldn't do this? No? Do I have consensus? All right, it's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to take my chairman's prerogative and skip reports since it's election day and got a lot
Mr.
going
Chair,
on.
can I give one little itty bitty?
Just because you're special.
Thank you. I'll do it for you. Reports. Thank you. Sarah wanted me to let you know that for the, give you an update on the rimfire litigation. Plaintiffs have appealed the district court's denial of their motion for a preliminary injunction and filed a motion for injunction pending the appeal. It could halt all operations within 1 mile of the owl circles. If the judge denies their motion pending appeal, plaintiffs will likely appeal to the Ninth Circuit. We also have the underlying appeal at the Ninth Circuit and expect a hearing in January. Sarah will continue to work on this matter and keep your board apprised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I also have one item that I think is of importance.
Go for it.
There has been a lawsuit pending for, actually for a number of years with Snowlands. I think it's Center for Biological Diversity, and there's Winter something, three organizations sued the Forest Service on the over snow vehicle plan. There's a settlement, and based on that settlement, they're having meetings in 5 separate counties and looking at the over the snow vehicle plan for those 5 counties. The first meeting was held last night here in this county, and there will be future meetings, and I just would like the public as well as the board to understand that we need to participate in those meetings about what's going on. Just for the Stanislaus, there's only 59 miles of groom trails authorized, and those are in Alpine County, in Calaveras County, and Tuolumne County. And there's huge demand for those, and there's some fight going on over who would have access, et cetera. And they have to do a NEPA analysis, and it'll be done over the next 2 years, but we need to participate. So I've asked that that be put on a regular item on the Natural Resources Committee so that they're aware of what's going on. But it's important that the citizens of Tuolumne County have an interest to participate in those hearings.
Thank you, Randy. All right. At this time, we're going to switch to our closed session. If clerk could read 29.
Closed session, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority, Government Code Section 5497B1, Title County Administrator.
Okay, do we expect to report anything? No? Didn't think so. Is there any public comment? Okay, we are going to recess to closed session.